Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, to spoon. To spoon. If you eat kepa, graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. To spoon. You wanna get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV. Spoon. Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment. On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon.
Yes, sir.
You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. To spoon.
Oh yes, we'd like to say welcome. Welcome to another edition of the program, Spoon Talk. Spoon Talk is back on your radio. Of course, this is the show. This is Liberia's premier platform, the place where Liberians across the world run every single day to get authentic information. This is where you tune in when you want to get the updates about the happenings across Liberia. When you want to know what's happening across the ministries, the agencies. You want to know what the policymakers are doing, what the Liberian people are confronted with. You want to hear Liberians speak out on the different issues of concern concerns, you want to get the breaking news, or maybe you want to engage with the newsmakers, just tune to Spoon. This is where the news is. And I'd like to say welcome to all of you across the world tonight. Thanks for joining us. As always, we're live across the Spoon Network, Spoon 107.5 FM. We're live on Fabric 101.1 and other radio stations across the country. Thanks to our partner radio stations across Liberia that are always there, making sure that the people across Liberia and beyond are informed. Thanks to Trust FM in Bomi County, GB FM in Margibi County, Premium Radio in Bon County, Radio Yalaman in Seklipi and Nimba County, and of course you have Trend Radio in southeastern Liberia that are always relaying the program. We're here again tonight. My name is Nelson Colette. Kindly share the program as you come on. This edition of Spoon Talk is loaded. The best you can do is to get glued to your radio, encourage someone, or if you're joining us on the internet, share the program as you come on tonight. Let's have a great show. To our audience on Facebook and YouTube, we want to welcome all of you tonight. Let me go across now and bring in Mr. Dwalu. Welcome, sir. Mr. Dwalu, it's good to have you on tonight.
Mr. Colette, it's been a minute, man. Welcome to the show.
You as well. I don't know what's happening. Mr. Dwalu, you're muted. I'm not hearing you.
Can you hear me now or no?
Okay, yeah, I can hear you now.
Can you hear me now? Okay, I say welcome as well. It's been a minute since we did a show together, but welcome back to the show across the country, man. Y'all come plenty or y'all can't. Y'all share the show. We got plenty of things to talk about today. Let's talk Liberia, y'all.
Yeah, all the Liberian people, you know, as you know, the colloquial has its own uniqueness, you know. Yes. Someone said in somewhere when you say Yokan, what the person talking about, you know? But Yokan plenty, all of you can join us. Yeah. So it's good again that we're here tonight. Yes. Mr. Dwalu, I want to give it back to you.
Well, Nelson, I'm going to say this to our people from across the country. We have a lot to speak about here today. And before I forget about this, though, my Liberian people, if anybody disagree with something that I say on the show here, please, when you tell me say you disagree in my inbox, try to tell me what you disagree with. Doesn't Mr. Dwalu, I support Mr. Waka, well, I disagree with you heavily. It don't tell me nothing. For me to make adjustments, for me to make amends, for me to recalibrate what I'm saying, whether it's wrong or right, you got to tell me what I've done wrong. But I want to say this to you guys. Not everything I say here you're going to like. Not everything everybody says, we are on, 3-4 hours every single day. Obviously, there will be some things that I say here you're not going to like. But I want you not to forget this one thing. Everything we do here has one intention. It's to elevate the country. If I'm doing the only thing that I'm going to change about what I do is what I'm doing does not elevate the country. I want the country elevated because I know we are capable of a whole lot more. I don't care about any one individual and their own personal preservation. I care about the preservation of the entirety of our country, not to serve as one individual so he or she can feel better about himself. I'm of the conviction that, of course, for us to neutralize somebody who's killing Liberians with their decisions, they're taking resources from the people, so be it. Because this country is bigger than every single one of us. People may not realize this because when you are doing the stealing, you say, oh, St. J. time, they didn't fit the system. The Matan does now, they won't fit the system. We got to start from somewhere, man. People, we got to start from somewhere. And some people get hurt in the process. And if that hurting improves Liberia, hurt a lot of people. Please be a witch hunter. I will continue to say this. Liberia must matter above all else, always. Now, see, man, before I recognize the people, brother.
Yes, Mr. Dwalu, you know, a lot has been going on across the country, and most of those issues are already captured for tonight.
Yep.
But let me just say quickly that the president returned to the country on the weekend, and it was a great one. President Boakai returning did make a pronouncement that there's going to be some student faculty exchange program that's going to benefit the both countries, Liberia and the United States of America, and something which so many people have seen as a very big boost for the educational sector of the country. And so, upon the president's return, that's an update that I just like to throw in there.
Let's say if you don't mind, I want to comment on that before you go ahead. I beg you on that. I disagree slightly with you in terms of being a big up boost for the country. I'm a believer, firm believer, that first of all, we are not going to send our best and brightest people who really, really deserve to go to Atlanta or come to the US to take advantage of these scholarships. This is what's going to happen. Stanton going to find a cousin. He's going to put a cousin there. Not the person that is most prepared. Our Division I clerks, people that are making great grades in the country. That's not the people we care about. We take cousins and nephews. It's been done by every sitting president. I want to say that on the broadcast. If you want this to really benefit Liberia, let it be entirely independent and based on merit. This is the only way that people can come in and navigate. I know a couple of people here that came on similar scholarship. They were trying to sell the scholarships to other people because they were not fit to come to this country. But let's do what the Japanese have done. Look, there's something in Japan called the Demis Awards. When the Japanese realized that they were sending some of the brightest minds to America to go to school, and some of these young people were not coming back to the country, they decided to come to America and bring the professors to Japan to train local Japanese. So instead of you sending one person to come to America, send one professor to Cottington University. He can train 10, 20, 30 biologists. This is the approach that will work for me. Stanton, man, welcome to the show, brother.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Eduardo. I came early because there's a lot to discuss, Eduardo.
Yeah, it's a lot.
A lot to discuss. And I really want to suggest, first come, first serve, you know. Whoever make it on the show early today, we do the show to the end, you know, like we discussed. Yeah. You send me information, I call you 3 times, you refuse to take my call, it's no problem. I got no
missed call from you.
I call you 3 times. And you, but one missed call, but you refuse to return.
I mean, I try to go to Labrador, closing plenty of thing that the parent, you know.
And that's why the people they put with them for you in Labrador. But let me talk about this school business. I think I would disagree with you. I really want you to position your statement now. People not going back home. We can argue on it. I will agree. People put it in the family members, their sons, their daughters, their tenten. I will agree. But the idea that was sold to these people that the president was talking about, I don't think it's a bad idea. And I don't think that's what you are saying. So let's separate them now.
Yeah. So let me separate them. The idea that Liberians are going to get opportunity is a brilliant idea. And we have to give the president tremendous kudos on this for actually securing that kind of opportunity. But the realism in Liberia, the reality on the ground, we will not send our best and brightest. Look, I have people that have literally, on Ellie Johnson Salim, when the scholarships come up, look, let it be based on merit. But it's not based on merit. We don't send our best and brightest most of the time. And that hurts the country. People don't want to hear it, but it's the truth. It hurts the country. Find the person that scored the highest and administer the test fairly and squarely. That's what I'm saying.
So let's agree on principle. Yeah, the JMB came to Atlanta, saw his country page, saw his agenda, his ideas, and said, listen, my people, what can I take back home?
Correct.
Somebody said, we'll do student exchange. We want to do X, Y, and Z. Beautiful. It happened on Madam Salif. We get the likes of Mo Ali then today. They received their education. We got the likes of Stephen Johnson. We can name them all, right? Yeah. They went back to the country.
Yeah.
Now they are contributing. So the idea to pay for your country and students is beautiful. But your own take that, don't put your tetene on it. Don't put your sister and your brother on it. Don't put people that you think they are not dead and because they have relationship with you, you want to add them. So it's clear. Yeah. It's very clear. That I can accept. And then that falls on the education minister, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't know whether they will set up a committee to vet the people that they will be selecting, but there was a suggestion that I was making to the president, Stanton. Like I said, the Japanese and other countries have done this. sometimes it's best not to send the people to America because we don't benefit on the larger scale. To expand these kind of opportunities, that the professors come to the country, expand the University of Liberia, expand other facilities across the country.
I will interrupt you. I will interrupt you there. They got the Teachers Training Association. Is it still operating? What do you know about that? Okay.
The teacher college, they're operating. They're still training teachers. I think we have several in the country now.
Good. Yeah. And Dolo, you see the laziness I will always talk about. It shouldn't take Jose Yima Bwaga to come to America to advocate for teachers. They got people, they got organizations here in America that are willing to have teacher exchange, Wadu. And you can bring your people and they can tell you exactly the curriculum, the faculty's training, and get Liberia's teacher involved. But I will say this to you. Under the old regime, we have Parents and Teacher Association. Guess what? They came on school and said that you eat our money, you ain't want to pay us.
I remember.
The organization is dying. So that's the problem we have. Yeah. The Parents and Teacher Association are supposed to elevate this thing, your argument. The people were suppressing them. They wasn't paying them. So again, we are on a new page. But I think I like the idea that JMB pitched in that direction. And then we'll see who, maybe we'll get Princess Dwalu on the list because of Dwalu. Or maybe we'll get Princess Witherspoon because of Witherspoon. And then we have to expose it. So your argument is right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Spoon Talk. We're going to have a beautiful show today. We have Nathaniel McGill going to the Supreme Court, rate of prohibition. We have Samuel Tway going to the Supreme Court, rate of prohibition. We have Gloria Mususka ruling schedule for Wednesday. You want to hear about this? We have Dr. Lester Tenny. You know Lester Tenny. He's in studio. He's going to be speaking to the issues about Liberia and where we are. I don't know where you're sitting today. It's a beautiful Monday. Some schools open here in America. Other schools will be opening after the holiday. We want to say that back to school is in full gear. I don't know what Duadu going to Liberia for. His children are about to go back to school. He's leaving the children on his wife, and he's going to America. We got to question that, but I will leave it so. I will say my own. The man will say your own, and everybody will decide.
Dr. Francine, welcome here.
Amen.
Amen. Nelson, hello, how you doing?
Hello, Doc. Hello.
Yes. So we want to say we're going to be a beautiful show today, folks. Do us a favor, share this program. It's big. Everybody here on their pages, we're going to share by ourselves, but we want you to share. Yeah. I don't want to get into it, right? But I have to. Let me pinch your brain before Dwalu welcome his brother and sister to the program today. JMB making people to go crazy in the country.
I like it.
Hey! The puppet making people to go crazy.
Not enough.
Somebody running to ECOWAS. Somebody running to Supreme Court. Somebody hiding that said they can't come back in the country. One man, Joseph Yima Bakuba, everything put any on it.
I said before sleeping.
No, you're not. No. Something happening. Folks. No, seriously. So now that ECOWAS controlling our country.
Yeah.
And
let's listen.
No, guys. I want you to listen. I just want you to think on something as you share the show. Comment. I want to hear from you. Yeah. You want Duadu to welcome you. You will welcome. You see, I came on early today. Every 8:30 I'm on. Every 4:30 I'm on. Because I'm in Zico. Somebody posted something. Jose Yima Bwaga made Nathaniel McGill to run to the Supreme Court. Jose Yima Bwaga made George Weah to run to ECOWAS. He said, ECOWAS. Come. He begging ECOWAS to come. And ECOWAS is scheduled to meet with him tomorrow. Jose Yima Bwaga made Samuel Tway cannot come back in his own country. He got to beg the Supreme Court, say, please put a rate of prohibition to allow me to come back in the country.
The Supreme Court don't have that powers yet.
No, they did. They put a rate of prohibition.
On Samuel Tway issue?
Yeah.
So everybody must show up.
Yeah,
but they don't have that powers yet.
They do.
Okay.
No, but it's in the chat room.
Okay.
Look in the chat room. Look at the letter.
Okay.
So, but, guys, who was Joseph Imabwaka? They won't permit. They'll put fire in the camp. let me go business. They will say the man I go and meet Joseph Bwaka. I say you take a pleasure. But what's Joseph Bwaka? Dwadu. You know, I was on the show on Saturday when I received the information on the only person I told was Dwadu. I said, Dwadu, can you keep a secret? He said, yeah, I can keep a secret. I said, Dwadu, I don't trust you. He said, I will keep this one. I said, the public called me. I got to go see him. Continue the show. But he kept it for a little bit. He couldn't keep it no more. And I heard that he said something on it. So those of you that come on the show want to welcome you. I said, please don't take Glenny because she'll go on Facebook and start talking. I don't trust Glenny, you know. And I was spare time. I said, don't tell Glenny. Don't tell anybody else. I trust you, Dwadu.
Thank you.
Dwadu,
because don't trust me. Please don't trust me.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and guests, welcome to the Spoon Talk. We're going to be big today. Dwadu is all yours. Bring in your people, introduce them, recognize them.
Yeah, our people, man, y'all come, y'all share the show. Let the people come on board because we're not here. We can talk the thing and all. Dr. Francine, welcome to the show. All across the country, my sister Mary Chia. How you doing, Mama? Welcome to the show. I see Doris Saki Cooper, Madam Cooper, Ebe Briama, Justin Guru Volga. I hope I say your name well. Kona, Dako, how you doing? Welcome to the show. My girl, Pearl Campbell. Damotenga, you're not here. I see Thomas Gray. I see Nga Ishmael. That went by very fast. Chucky Charlie. Mr. Chucky Charlie's Moses Horton. Mr. Horton, how you doing? Asani Sharif. Welcome to the show. Jim Seta, welcome. I see Ruby Ade. How are you doing? John Williams. Welcome to the show, Mr. William Joy. Clara Way Howard, my own wife, Kofa Way, Kiata Wea, Mr. Wea, how are you doing? Rachel Blackett, welcome to the show, Miata Malik, Timothy Sonny Boy Smith, Mr. Smith, I want to by your Yankwe Melian, how are you doing? Honorable Cooper Passaway, Mr. Passaway, how you doing? Welcome to the show, wherever you are, welcome, my brother Vani Saki, Make Vani, how you doing, my brother? What's going on? OP O'Neill Johnson. Taco Quick with Miller. Mr. Miller, how are you doing? I see Patrick Beamer. Mr. Beamer, welcome. Wherever you are, share the show. I want to welcome you guys out of Sesto, out of my beloved Grand Bassa Buchanan, out of Robertsport, out there in Kidman, Zwedru, Vonjima from across the country, Wapaloo City, Thomasburg, Ganta, everywhere, man. In my county, you're welcome to the show. Let's talk Liberia. And whatever we say here, whatever we do here, it's not in no intention to make you angry. It's an intention to agitate what is ruining this country. And hopefully, together, collectively, we can fix it. Now, I understand some people will get mad in the process. Honorable Bwaka has a job to do. And Honorable Bwaka, before I give it the stage, I'm going to say this to you. Your job has to get done. I don't care who told you to step on. And I know you know this, so you have to do your job. Because your responsibility is an awesome responsibility that you must complete. And that completion involves elevating the entirety of our country. We urge you, sir, continue to work hard. The people will make noise, and the Supreme Court, those are accepting Nyama cases. You have to go to the lower court. You have to work the way. Don't be accepting all the Nyama cases then. Gentlemen.
Yeah, so we have Dr. Lester Tenny in the back. We're going to talk briefly. We're going to talk about national issue, but this doctor has built one of the biggest institutions in the country. He will talk about it briefly, and we're going to move into national politics. You know, Dr. Lester Tenny, he feared not, but God himself. Let me bring in Dr. Richardson. I bring in my sister Glenny. You guys welcome to the show. Dr. Richardson, you go.
Well, it was good to see you this weekend, Dwali and your wife. It was really a pleasure. I just want to spend my time giving a shout out to the McCall family. Hope that you are taking courage considering the death of your dad. Also want to give a shout out to the police, men and women in Liberia. You guys are doing a great job. Just stay strong. I know that things may not be where you want it to be right now, but I'm rooting for you here today. I have a lot of concerns. I'm sure we're going to be discussing issues relating to McGill, issues relating to the jurisdiction regarding the search and warrant issue. I I'll wait before I really discuss how I feel about McGill asking the Supreme Court for a writ because he felt he was under the order of the president. We talked about the whole search and seizure issue the last time we were here. We know that there were some blunders made regarding the search and seizure warrant, but I've been thinking about this, and my first thought is just because there was a blunder made by LDEA with the warrant, does that mean that people should behave violently in terms of people reacting to the police? And my answer to that is no. Let the court settle whatever happened about the search and seizure issue. And I hope that this should be a lesson learned for this government, that they have to really take time and cross their T and dot their I's when they're doing these important documents. So I will stop here for now and pass it over to you, Dwalu, and then to Glendy.
Sis Glendy, that's up to you.
Well, hello everybody. It's good to be on. I was able to leave work early today, so I'm here. A lot of things have been happening. So many different information that's going on. The people say they got witch hunter, but they look at the witchcraft and they're scared of people hunting them, so they run into the courthouse. That's okay. We will hope that the justice system or the judicial system that they're proceeding accordingly. It's becoming a trend.
Yeah.
That cases that are involving the previous government are being halting. We hope that they're within the legal ramifications of these things that they're doing. And it shouldn't be a pattern because I was a justice or a judge under we are government. So when there's a case, I can hold the case. But suffice it to say, maybe it's within their purview and they can do that. But we're watching all of those things. I don't know if Stinton, if you've talked about it, but I know over the weekend there was something with honorability and a bridge. I would hope that the family are sending some words of comfort to them, also to him, and the tragedy that occurred. I haven't heard anything else, but I just wanted to. I'm sure it's a difficult time for them in Nima County. I just wanted to send a shout out to them. So it's good to be here. We're here to talk about the issues today. I anticipate that it's going to be a very hot show today. Plenty of things happening outside today.
Plenty.
You myself finding information and sending it to Center, and Center telling me I already got it. I said, look at them here.
Yeah, I can.
I tell you what he said when they can get information. But so I said, he said no. But
you know,
anyway,
it's very disappointing that she's sending the information that will go in the chat room.
She's sending the information I was sending. I even go in that chat.
But don't chat. I ain't finished talking. I put information in the chat room. There you go. She won't give me a chance. I put all the information in the chat room to prove her point and say she can research. She sent me back all the information. I said, but you sending me the same thing. Go find your own sources. Go to Grand Blanchard and find Jeremy Pierre. Jeremy Pierre are your sources. Go find him. But we have a great show with Jeremy. We had a great time with Jeremy yesterday.
I already posted on my page. Kev and Pierre yesterday, what happened? Because me, I watched that show. They were not busy yesterday. Somebody was somewhere that they didn't know they were supposed to be. But we watched it. Was a great show yesterday. Very good show. All the West Enders were trying to calm it down. No way. Some people can't understand it.
Okay. So we're going to stick to our
You jumped that.
Jerry, man. We're going to stick to our talking point, I want to say, Dwalu, we got Dr. Lester Tenny in his bag. Let me bring in Paul Kennedy. You got anything to add, Dwalu, before I bring in Dr. Tenny?
Yeah, I just the only thing I want to say this to the courts in the Republic. You have to allow justice to be exhausted. Start jumping in the middle. This is not your role. Start jumping in the middle. The executive doing their job, they allow them to do their job. Since I want to say, Mr. Kennedy, welcome to the show.
Yeah,
thank you, my brother.
I asked him Paul today because he's been absent 2 weeks studying for a PA physician assistant test. And I pray that you pass though. Don't go by.
Look at him. Look at him.
Beat you again. Don't tell about American defeat. Focus. I pray that you pass.
Then how you can manage with that boy?
I can't see himself.
He was nowhere around. I think he went to also in Atlanta. He was nowhere around. They can't deny.
No, the president came to Jersey. I didn't go to Atlanta.
Thank you, man. The president, Jersey, it was the security for the president. You get money in Jersey.
So you believe that I was on the show on Spoon Talk, right? And I left Spoon Talk in 1 hour and I found myself in Atlanta.
Spoon Talk can be anywhere in your pocket. You're not talking to
Spoon. So you know, so the background, I travel with the background.
Well, the Spoon Talk is not mobile.
So,
you can't.
I travel with the background. I mean, I see why Amara can be you every day because you don't even know the politics. But guys, let me say this. Welcome to the Spoon Talk. We want to say thank you for joining us. Every one of you shared our show. We have Dr. Lester Tenny. Dr. Lester Tenny building beautiful institution in the country. Yeah. Right? He's going to come and talk about it. I saw the building. I thought it was university. Paul, it's like here in New Jersey. I mean, I'm not talking about the classroom. I'm talking about the building. Now, what goes in the building, he can let us know. Okay? But, man, if all goes well, I think he's trying to change the education system in the country.
That's good.
And when I asked him, he said he's been doing this for 6 years. He's been taking his own time. He's been crossing all his T's and dotting all his I's. The building is beautiful. Tenny International School System. Tenny International School System. I'm so happy I'm going to be bringing Dr. Tenny for us to have this conversation. But don't forget now, we discuss other national issues. But let's talk about what he's doing for the country called Liberia and his contribution. Welcome to the show, Dr. Lester Tenny. It's always good to have you, my friend, my brother. Welcome. You know everybody on the show. You follow us religiously. And it's good to have you.
I remember Dr. Francine very well. She's one of those that I admire secretly, and not for a dangerous reason. I mean, her eloquence, intellectual ability is something that is laudable.
Thank you for giving a very
thank you, Dr. Lester. Even though you know we can force here and there, but it's okay. I only brought picture of you today so we can see the building. Oh. Me, I won't see
we got the pictures. We got the pictures.
There was a disclaimer made, not for dangerous reasons.
Yeah. That is very important.
It's like, can I you yell?
Yeah, what it is.
Dr. Lester Tenny, we got. Let me say this real quick. Let me say this real quick. We got a lot of issues to discuss. I understand that we should be bringing you in by 9 o'clock, but I decided to bring you in. We use the first 25 minutes to talk about your institution, what you are doing in Liberia currently. When you talk about the school system, you work at the University of Liberia. We want to know more about your plans to help the young men and women in Magibi and the surrounding counties and Liberia at large. So officially, welcome to the Spoon Talk. Let's start with your project. Let's start with you, Dr. Lester Tenny.
So first of all, thank you for having me. The idea of transforming our educational system was birthed about 6 years ago. And it is no hidden secret in this country that unless serious intervention is made to transform the mindset of our young people, this country will continuously roam in a decadent path. The reason why people continue to project wrong leaders is because, one, they are not informed on what good leadership is. Two, they have no foundation in independently and critically thinking. These gaps itself are contributing factors to the way our people elect leaders. So I have taught at the University of Liberia. As a matter of fact, I have now been promoted to a full-time professor of economics. I have taught at the state-run university for at least 14 years. And unfortunately, most of those who enter the University of Liberia, and a substantial number of them who graduate, are not eligible for high school certificate. I mean, we shouldn't hide these things. These are realities. And unless we confront these realities head on, we will continue to ignore the fundamental aspect of transforming our educational system, because it is only through human capital development that a country can sustain and maintain growth and development. And ours, unfortunately, is far from achieving those goals because foundation itself is fundamentally shaky. Our educational foundation is like a quicksand. The more you struggle, the faster you sink. So, having understood most of these challenges, I have decided that, look, how can I impact, apart from teaching at the state-run university, that receive high school graduates who themselves are not eligible for college education? How can we change that dynamics? So the idea of establishing a Tenny international school system was birthed as a result of those thought processes that occurred. So it was a process that started 6 years ago. It has ended, fortunately, last month. It is a state-of-the-art institution, totally completed. So it has a traditional mode of teaching, the normal Ministry of Educational curriculum, as well as a technical vocational component. So before you are eligible to graduate from grade 12, you must have gone through the training of one technical and vocational program. You will either be a carpenter, a mason, tile layer, a plumber, or electrician. And these things are very important for the development of third world country, because most of the young people graduate from high school. Before the decision is made as to where to go, they begin to get involved in all sorts of distractions, drug abuse, keke riding, motorbike riding, which itself is dangerous for any future of any young man. So when a young man has acquired a skill from my institution that will make him eligible for graduation, before he begins to go to college, he has some form of income generating skills. So the idea of a TVET program is a hybrid school, blending with a traditional mode of education, is a way of changing the educational trajectory of this country. And it is my little contribution. And fortunately, most of colleagues who understand the need for a transformed education, including you, Stanton, you committed to assist in logistics for the TVET program. One or two senators reached out, like Sir Joseph is supposed to provide me a bus to transport students from that route. So I have reached out to like-minded people. Somebody from my guild office also asked me how can they help, but I told them that my school cannot give money, so I declined my guild's help. Even though it is in his county, but I was very emphatic that
you are sticking. You gotta say what you just said regarding my guild. Say what you are sticking.
I said someone from his office reached out because the school is in Magibi and he is a senator in Magibi. So he reached out and asked me how can the senator help. I said, well, I am not a recipient of rotting wealth, so I cannot indict my school with toxic wealth. So I declined his offer. Senator Nukwe, for example, said he will send a couple of students to build their capacity and do some intervention on the road. But the only person I rejected was the nefarious Senator McGill. So if you see the structure of the school, apart from the physical infrastructure, hello.
Yeah, I want to bring up the pictures. Hold on 1 minute.
Let me just conclude briefly, right?
All right.
First of all, only first degree holder will be eligible to teach, and 60% of my faculty will be female. So apart from the sciences like math and science, which I'm bringing in Nigerian, 60% of those I will teach to my school will be female, and it is very important. It is not about being gender sensitive. It is about empowering women because they too contribute to nation remodeling. So if we continue to incorporate them in different sphere of our national agenda, we may likely see some dramatic changes in this country because these people are aware of the challenge our young people undergo. So if you get them involved, you may likely see a different Liberia in the next 5, 10 years. So our focus is women empowerment and not on a 50-50 basis. We have 60% of our faculty female with first degree, at least first degree. And we also have a compulsory computer training program for all our students. In fact, the computer training we divided into two categories. We have the basic, and then we have the advanced. So from grade 4 to the school is a high school, but I'm stopping to 10th grade this year because I don't want to just inherit all of people 12th grader and then they go sit public exam, all of them fail. So I'm going to groom my own 12th grader. So this year we're doing from nursery straight to grade. So from grade 1 to grade 4, each of them will have educational supplement, the iPad. Each student will be given an iPad at that level. And from grade 4 to grade 10, we have a compulsory computer training. So before you reach grade 6, you are computer literate at the basic level. Before you reach grade 6. 2, we have removed the traditional blackboard. All of our boards are smart boards. So our teachers, by the way, I have 189 applicants. 100 of them were not eligible because to be eligible, you must be computer literate. Because our mode of teaching is basically a projector, on a smart board. So 100 of them, when they came and saw the requirement, they themselves left because of the gap in their own profession. So we have our mode of teaching is 100% technology based. Apart from the mathematics where you need demonstration, but even with those sciences, you will have learning aid. YouTube has simplified the mode of teaching. So some of the concepts that even instructor will struggle with, they too can be aided by going on those educational platforms, and they themselves will master what they struggle to learn. So the purpose is basically to transform education in this country.
I agree with you 100%, but I want to say this to you though. So recommendation for those of us that frequent the country, we recommend that you have some form of vetting to where somebody come to volunteer some time to teach certain skills that you may be interested in. Obviously, you can set a standard to that skill. Will you consider something like that?
Okay, so yes, I have an understanding with Clark University in Atlanta. There's a School of Creative Arts, so I have a whole wing for the creative arts, and the purpose of that is most of our young people have hidden talents. We don't explore these talents. Some of them they are very creative, but how do you tap into their creativity and polish it? So I have a whole blog for creative art, and fortunately, we will be doing that group will be using the visual platform to explore those hidden talents of our students who will express interest in those areas, poetry, all of those things that characterize the creative arts. I have a whole wing for that. I have one contribution in terms of the a different gadget from good friends abroad. I may still need more, depending on what someone may decide to contribute. It is all intended for the enhancement of education and the training of our young people.
Thank you, Dr. Lester Tenny. Again, I want to say to everybody, it's just an introduction. Dr. Lester Tenny will come back on the show and we'll go more into his education system because we have a lot of trending issues today. I just want to introduce to you, if you have not seen the building, let me put this up. That's the building, Dr. Richardson. That's the building. That's Dr. Lester Tenny building right there. And I'm telling you, is this the actual building? It's not one of those AR formation, right?
It is the actual building, the physical building.
So if I go right now to your campus, I'm going to see this building.
If I send you photo, I will stand right near it so you can see myself.
Okay. And if you can do a recording for us, because this is shocking. This is huge.
I can do that tomorrow morning and send it to you. Yes.
So, guys, we want to say this to you. Yes, yeah, there you go. Tenny International School System established 2024. Motto. What's that? Is that SCI? Can you read your motto for us?
Knowledge is power.
Yeah, but pronounce it, please. We do not speak Latin. Some of us, only Paul Kennedy speak Latin. Can you read
Potentia.
Say that?
Sanchia Potentia.
I'm going to start speaking Basel here, man. Dr. Lester, can you read the Latin for us? Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's Santia Potentia Est. Santia Potentia Est. It's Latin.
And I didn't mess with that. But then you go,
why you put it in pen, you put it in Latin?
Yeah, man.
I mean, it would have been to do that.
But then we have, I want to say this, look at the classroom, Paul Kennedy, Fadiga. Look at this. And I like the chairs. It's seriously speaking. It's not one of these other, I don't know, seriously, we'll talk more about this. We're going to bring back Dr. Lester Tenny, and the guys will be there for the opening. You got the blue set, you got the red set, you have the orange or yellow, maybe I'm colorblind, maybe that purple or blue, I don't know, but those are beautiful. I'm not going to ask you about your budget, but we are seeing some very, very beautiful setting here. Okay, so before we let you go, that's the way, I think this is the men's room and
that's the bathroom.
The bathroom, okay. All
so
right.
we have 30 bathroom in the school, because you see, sanitation is very important in any environment where people congregate. So you must have a fully functional sanitary. So we have 30 bathroom, 30 facilities in that school to address.
Go over the location with us. Where is this?
Well, it's on the Transit Road, just directly opposite the first gate. If you're coming from town, the first gate of the EBK barrack, directly opposite the first gate of the EBK barrack. They call it community transit community, just after Doison.
This school is okay after Doison. Okay, how many classrooms per grade? Are you doing the original local setting that one classroom will have 50 students? Then you
no. The maximum number. Our classroom range from 10, which is the nursery, because you don't want to take more of those children. One of them can make 5. So at the nursery level, we have at least 10. And the junior high, we have 24 students per class, 24. And the beautiful thing is that, you can move chair up and down. They are all fixed. So we have 24 students at the junior high. The maximum number of students is 30. We don't have space for 31.
Maximum capacity for students.
The school can host about 780 students at any point in time.
Okay. Are you doing the traditional? I know we have it, but I'll make this the last question because the producer said we got to jump into our conversation. Are you doing the maximum one teacher teach 10 subjects?
Oh no. At the high school level, those who have degree in a specific course will teach along with their minor. So if you teach in biology, it means you must have done chemistry minor, so you are eligible to teach biology and chemistry. When you're doing physics, did math or you did economics and math, you will teach those
So
two. You
the
can't just
student to
teach
teacher
everything.
ratio. The student to teacher
Huh?
ratio is very important.
Yeah, so we have our evaluation is twofold. The teacher who teach the particular code will not be the one to draw up the exam, for example. And those who draw up the exam will have a committee that will mark the papers of the student. And this is for quality control. So we are putting in those check mechanisms that will ensure that you will bring the best out of the student. So the Ministry of Education gave you a curriculum to cover a particular topic. We're going beyond the topic, but you will not be the one to independently evaluate the students. So you teach, you have a vetting committee to draw up an exam as per the syllabus, and then you have another group the strip.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lester Tenny. I know that Dr. Richardson, Glennie, Duadu, Paul Kennedy, and Fadiga, they are all interested. And again, we will have you on the show prior to your opening for us to discuss UNE, the Tenny's International School System. We want to say thank you very much for sharing this with us. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just the beginning. It's indeed true that when he started this project, way down the line, he reached out to the Spoon Network. It's not me doing it as the network. We're going to partner with the data that we can empower. Knowledge is power. The youth of our country, the men and women that want better education. It could be you tomorrow. You're opening a school out there. Just call us. We want to elevate. We want to have a new education system, a new dimension of learning. I like the fact that students will be having their own computer. We are not talking about prices here. We're not talking about whether this is a free institution or whether this is not for profit or profit. We are not talking about how you can enroll. So therefore, we bring Dr. Lester Tenny back and he will break this thing. And now I don't want to go pick flaws on any political party, but there's a political party that has a TVET school system, STEM school system, but they were charging $1,000 per student. It defeated the purpose. So I'm not going to take that to Lester Tenny there, because you cannot come and say you want to be president, but you're charging the poor people to give you $1,500 for first grade. So Eduardo, don't make me to say this. I beg you, I don't want to do it. We're finished with politics. Dr. Lester, ANC people will curse me again. Dr. Lester Tenny. Oh, I call the party name. I'm begging you. Dr. Lester Tenny, real quick, you refused the offer from Nathaniel Fallow McGill, but you accepted the offer from Emmanuel Nukwe. How so? Why?
Okay, so there are two categories of their involvement in impropriety. McGill nefariously sold the national envelope for the purpose of endangering the state. On the other hand, Nukwe got involved with political activity for enriching himself. There are two variables, two impropriety, but one has more endemic factor. McGill's involvement is against the state, against the poor people, to compromise public trust for the sole purpose of enriching yourself is a factor that gives birth to the backwardness of this country. It's like Prince Johnson. You cannot put him in the same category with McGill because Prince Johnson played with political actors. So his only crime is against political party. McGill's crime is against the poor people of this country. So McGill nefariously contributed to the death of thousands of people who could have gotten malaria medicine, who could have had electricity for childbirth. So their crime has different category, though under the canopy of criminal involvement, but the magnitude of their crime itself is give one the chance.
I think because we have to go, but you've been selective, and you're my friend, my brother for a long time. I don't think you've been fair. All sin is a sin, okay, in the eyes of God, and those are allegations that were leveled against them. The code of competent jurisdiction have never found them guilty. Allegation from the American government for them. So we just want to say to you, from me to you, as a brother and friend, I think it's intentional you've been selective because it's McGill compared to nuclear Prince
I would
Johnson.
now accept that.
Dwadu, you would never accept.
Dr. Tenny is being political too. Dr. Tenny is being political too in his nature. At this point, to actually tell me that one moral of indecency is better than another, Dr. Tenny, I want to disagree with you.
Myself, that's true.
I want to. You are scaling impropriety, morals improprieties. But then you're giving one.
Both of them are culpable of impropriety, but the magnitude, the degree to which they are compromised is very important. It's very important. It's like every crime. You have white collar crime, you have other crimes. People who get involved in physical crime, I don't know how to call it, serve a greater sentence as compared to those who use innovation in their brain work. So the extent to which their crime affects society is very important. It's very important. It's very important.
I'm going to leave it there. You want to say again? I'm going to leave it. Yeah.
Dr. Tenny, I think you're wrong on this one entirely in terms of splitting that.
I agree that I can be biased. I agree. Let me admit that I'm a bit biased when it comes to my game.
You say you agree. Okay, we move on.
Thank you for the
That's why I like you, because you say you agree. Listen, you're a good politician, right? You really don't care. That's your own personal opinion and your decision. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. Again, share our program. We're going to be going into national politics, and we're going to be happy to have Dr. Lester Tenny here with us. Today, if you follow the trending issue in the country, and we can announce today that President Joseph Yeman Boakai have called back the legislature into session. He said from today, they should come back. They got work to do. They are on break. He called them back starting the 29th up to the 19th. He want them back in session. He want them back to the Capitol building because there's a lot of things to discuss. We will go into that. Today also, the LDCC called Nathaniel McGill for an investigation. Today, Nathaniel McGill and his lawyer, Serena Cephas, went to the Supreme Court and asked them to issue a writ of prohibition. The Supreme Court did. They will be appearing before the Supreme Court on Wednesday. We can also announce that on Wednesday, a ruling will be made in the case of Gloria Musun-Scott and the rest of the family members. We can announce that on Wednesday. We can also announce here on the show that at least they have given a little room for Samuel Tway. Samuel Tway and the same team of $6.2 million have asked the Supreme Court to issue a writ of prohibition. So everybody running to the Supreme Court. We got information that they complained when George Manawe cried to ECOWAS. The ECOWAS team is in Liberia right now, and they have asked to meet President George Manawe former and said to him, we want to hear your cry. We here to breastfeed you. No, they didn't say that. But again, we will be having a great show. I'm so happy to have Dr. Lester Tenny in, and I'm happy to have Uncle Sam Jackson that had a wonderful week. And I want to say, UJ Fadiga, thank you very much for joining us. Paul Kennedy, as always. Dr. Richardson, super. My sister Glennie, we're glad to have you. Mr. Dwadu, let's have a spoon conversation tonight. We will start with the first one. I will give you guys a chance 1 minute again. We have heard from Dr. Lester, but that's a lot of trending issue. You heard the topics. Let me hear from you, Dr. Richardson.
I want to say congratulations to Dr. Tenny. Your work shows your dedication to our country and your contribution to our country. And I look forward to you coming back to talk about your school even more. I'm very interested in learning about it. But my question to you is, I would like to know, what do you think? Doctor, I don't know if he's there. Are you there?
No. I want you to, we didn't get into the topic yet. I want to give you a chance for you to speak on the issues.
School?
No, not the school. We're done with the school now.
Yeah.
We're done. We're talking about national issue. We lay out the topics, your take. Let's do an overview real quick. Then we'll go into it.
Yeah, I wanted him to tell me about his thoughts about McGill running for a rate of provision.
Oh, you want to go straight to the question? Okay, yeah. I thought you had something to just put them together. Go ahead.
No,
I think I said several comments to me. But go ahead. go to the
Dr.
question.
Tenny, are you here? Yes. I don't know if you heard my thoughts about being impressed by your school, and thank you for your contribution to our country, Liberia. I wanted to know, what did you think about Nathaniel McGill going to the court for a rate or prohibition, stating that he was following order from George Weah in terms of taking padding the payroll? We can't hear you. You muted.
I'm muted. Okay.
Good. I got it. You're good.
Okay.
Just let me control it, because when I unmute him, he mutes himself. Dr. Lester Turner, you got to. There you go. You're super now. Go ahead.
So adherence to the rule of law is an integral component of our democracy. Under the law, they are presumed innocent until proven guilty. So my major concern is the immunity McGill enjoy as a senator. I believe the Honorable House should recuse McGill of his portfolio as senator, and until he can acquit himself from all of these nefarious allegations. It is very important because that house needs to be sanitized and be seen as one promoting good governance, as well as encouraging transparency amongst public actors. So it is very important. It is very important that the House, the Senate, recuse McGill of his portfolio, so as to give him the opportunity to not tamper with the judicial process, because there are some immunity enjoyed by senators. So we need to present him as an ordinary Liberian to answer for these very, very grave allegations. McGill is being shielded as a senator, and as such, it makes it very difficult because the case itself has a lengthy period. So we do not want a process that will be tampered with. He needs to be recused as senator so that he present himself as an ordinary Liberian to face persecution. If he has nothing to hide, perfect. But that is a very, very important step the House must decide on. Secondly, under the law, he enjoys the judicial process. There has to be due process. He must be given due process. So, and I like the way he start off. He was following instruction. So it means that most of these improprieties that are now surfacing in these various reports have approved, have been sanctioned by the superstructure, the precedent. So our governing architecture itself is being put on a microscope, where people now will begin to see who is the true culprit of these improprieties. Because don't forget, all appointed officials work at the will and pleasure of the president. The president will not give you instruction. You have two choices: either to accept the instruction and continue to work with him, or decline the instruction and quit the job. Like in my case, I resigned from the car because there were things I could not afford to do. I did the honorable thing to resign. So
Thank you.
You have to.
Thank you, Doctor. Allow us, because we have many and more to join us. Let's squeeze in our question real quick. And thank you, Dr. Richardson, for starting this question. So there's no need for further intro. Let's just get into it. Your second question, Dr. Richardson.
So I like the part where you said that he had choices, even though he said he was following order from George Weah, but he had choices to either stay there and take the order or resign like you did. And so does it excuse him by just following order from George Weah to say, okay, I follow order, so I'm not guilty?
Obviously, crimes cannot be transferable. He is the one indicted for the crime, so he can say whatever he says. He had choices. He had choices that he could have. George Weah didn't tie him to say go and put people on payroll. or go and build mausoleum for your dead mother, or go and donate $30 million to some marketeer in Baum County. He had choice. It was a choice for which today he is being indicted. The choice he made.
Thank you.
Eduardo, you have two questions.
I want to say this: the issue of McGill claiming that President Weah told him to do this is already a settled matter in the case of Samuka. You cannot play that card. It's settled. So the Supreme Court has already ruled on this. And I hope, Dr. Tenny, you have an opportunity where people can teach from abroad. Those options are available. And I want to say this before I ask this question. Look, the judges in the country have to allow the process to be exhausted before you intervene. Eventually, it will end up at the court. You cannot get involved. Dr. Tenny, let me ask you this question. What do you speak to? I know you're not a lawyer, and we are not a lawyer as well. But what do you think every now and then, it seems it's the only writ in the country, the writ of prohibition, everybody runs to the Supreme Court. What does that do to the system when we have not exhausted the process to the regular means, the police channel, the investigative channel? Everybody runs to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court gets involved and halts something that should take place so we can learn from it. How do you respond to that?
So this only validate several reports by the U.S. State Department that the judiciary itself has some challenges, and because the Supreme Court is the final arbiter of justice, you have to go through the due process, from the investigation to the lower court. You take an appeal before you go to the Supreme Court, but the behavior of these actors clearly expose the weaknesses in our judicial process. And of course, the Supreme Court is not even helping in reforming the judicial system. They continue to allow, even though they are under obligation to issue writ of prohibition, but they themselves are ignoring the fundamental role other can play. But again, we do not want to question the prudence of the court. We still maintain that it is a body that's supposed to have or be governed by integrity. We don't want to cast doubt on their intent, even though it is a part of the judicial process to run to the Supreme Court. But the Supreme Court themselves need to help in reforming some of these suspicion of weaknesses in the judicial process. Are you getting me?
I get you, Dr. Tenny. And then I agree with you. You have opportunity to state your case. I want to cast doubt on the Supreme Court of the Republic of Liberia because they're destroying this country. If the process is not exhausted, I'm not asking you to go ahead and arrest Dr. Tenny without cause. But what I'm saying is, if he's arrested, the process is laid out for a reason. Once you go through the process, it discourages future offenders of the law to understand there is a stringent process that must be followed. Dr. Tenny, let me ask you my second question. In our country, most people do not fear for stealing from the state openly. This is not something that is hidden. We all know how people acquire wealth in the country. Why do you think that people so blatantly do what they do, knowing that it's going to affect the entire country negatively?
So almost all of the actors involved in corruption have one common denominator. They know they can buy justice. They know that justice in this country is for sale. They know that the dispensation of justice is bidded for the highest bidder. So people unconsciously or consciously steal because they know at the end of the day there are precedents of justice being compromised. Look at the case of Edwin Snow versus the state. It was an open secret. The evidence were there, but they were acquitted because they had a numerical advantage, the financial advantage to get themselves acquitted. It's a normal procedure. It's normal procedure, but where in our case, it poses a risk to the development of the country because it breeds future thieves. So current state actors are monitoring the process. They are watching it keenly, and the outcome will be significant in transforming the behavior of current state actors. And it will not be strange that most of these guys will be will be acquitted because these guys are in possession of huge resources. I don't want to cast doubt that they can buy the entire court, but at some point in time, everybody has a price. There's a price tag with everybody. It's just a matter of agreeing on what you pay and what I will accept, as in the case of most of these actors.
Thank you very much. Again, folks, we want to say it's a good thing that we have Dr. Lester Tenny here. He will be our contributing guest for tonight. We're going to be very, very feisty with our exchanges. Again, everybody want to say their own. You please say your own. No hard feelings here. It is what it is. It's national issue. It's politics, okay? We will ask our question. We will engage each other. We'll make this show so interesting tonight. Let me go to my sister, Glennie. Glennie, you have Dr. Lester, or talk to us.
Dr. Tenny, how are you?
Good evening, my sister. How are you?
Good. And it's a compliment coming from me that you're taking your time with your educational system. That speaks volume. So thank you. No rush. You're taking your time to give the Liberian children the best education there is. I want to go back to what you said about Senator McGill recusing himself. Now, hindsight, I would think that would be the best thing to do. I doubt if Senator McGill can do it. Do you think that the Senate leadership, would it be possible for the Senate leadership to suggest that to him? Or is that something that he will have to do for himself?
From what I think it will have to come from our traditional partner, for example, the United States of America. We have a situation where the United States of America requested the Honorable Senate to reject Prince Johnson as the head of security, national security. So internally, our platform is not adjustable for those kind of decisions. There has to be some catalyst. And the United States of America, being our traditional partner, being one of our strongest advocates for good governance, must put pressure on the House to recuse these people, because individually, they will not recuse themselves. Their colleagues are no different from them, only that they have not been caught yet. So that intervention from the United States is very, very pivotal in sanitizing the process. So there can be outside influence on the Senate to have these guys recuse themselves. And of course, who will want to say no to the Americans anyway?
All right. So my second question is, we see that interestingly today with Senator McGill and his lawyer going to court, let us not forget that both men are sanctioned. And when we're hearing that the court, the judicial system of Liberia, even entertaining their request, what say you about this today? Me as a Liberian, I'm a bit troubled by that if the Liberian government has recognized the fact that these two people were sanctioned, now they're going to our court and say we're crying foul play on this, and the court is listening. What says you as an individual Liberian?
So what I see here is Alibaba and the 40 thieves. People like Serena Seaforth in NN jurisprudence will be barred from practicing law. Is it just common sense? The legal field needs to be sanitized. You cannot have this grave allegation of corruption, and then you want to stand in a court of competent jurisdiction, because the court must be a court of competent jurisdiction. You are not competent by morals. By moral, you are not competent. There's a huge deficit.
Hold on, Dr. Lester, let's make this interesting. And listen, I love to hear you speaking. And Liberians really, really appreciate you. But again, you say a court of competent jurisdiction. They are not guilty. These are allegations. Dr. Lester Tenny, I believe that you're a well-learned individual. Better doctor. I love every word that flow out of your mouth. Your mindset is unique. But how can you twist this argument? For my sister Glenn, the question, I am in support of transparency. You said good governance, but they are not guilty. These are allegations. Let's go ahead. Serena Cephas, Nathaniel Miguel, Bill Traore, Aboche, Emmanuel Nukwe, Prince Johnson. We can name all of them. Are you now prosecuting them without a court of competent jurisdiction and you have found them guilty? To my good old Dr. Lester Tenny, can you help us?
The probability of an indictee being convicted or acquitted is 50-50. So there is a significant percentage that on the scale.
What does the Constitution say? Forget about no, don't stop me. I'm in Zico Duadu. What does the Constitution say under the good data doctrine? Probability or they should be guilty within the court of competent jurisdiction, sir.
So in a court of law, I'm not a lawyer. You cannot be having the burden of allegation, which is a 50-50 factor, and want to plead on behalf of another alleged perpetrator of crime. That's conflict of interest. By its uniqueness and definition as conflict of interest, you yourself, you are motivated by a sordid activity, You do not have that competence. You do not have that moral validity. You do not have that moral ground.
You can talk about moral validity.
Alleged perpetrator.
I'm away from my time. Do I text me say I'm away from my time? This show going to be interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, again, welcome to the Spoon Talk. We're going to have the firing Dr. Lester Tenny, my brother Paul Kennedy.
Thank you, Stanton. Good evening, Dr. Tenny. Thank you so much for the level of investment of time and resources you contributed towards the basic segment of our educational system, which is the foundation. I can tell you something for free. I have taught.
Switch me up, Dr. Tenny. Switch us. You put our thing to my spot. Let's go see.
You got sing me your song. You got nothing. Go ahead, Paul.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you go ahead, man.
Yeah, Dr. Tenny, I have had the opportunity to teach at a tertiary education level at Howard. And you are right. Without the foundation, you give them PhD, they will not know what they're doing with it. So the basic foundation of our education pillar, and that word foundation is the bedrock. And we miss that a lot in Liberia. So when I see people like you actually contributing towards that, it's commendable. Thank you. The issue of Senator McGill going to court to ask for prohibition on the system probing him as an individual, I think it's a good start for our country. And let me say why I think so. A lot of government officials have used public offices to abuse the powers they have. And some of them have also used public offices to do the right thing. Now, the court system has become a part of the process, which speaks of the kind of democracy Liberia has grown to become. So, I don't think we should judge the senator. I think he should be given the opportunity to go through the judiciary system, because the letter I saw from LACC was asking the senator, based on his position as the Minister of State, to come to give information. They are asking him to provide information in the allegation of payroll patterning of 728 names. That is not an indictment. That is not an accusation. They are only telling you, my man, when you are in the ministry, we are recovering names that are on this payroll to today's extent. Please come and tell us, give us understanding why this went to that extent. So I will be counting on the judicial system to actually probe into the matter to see you know, where the right belongs so that it can go. Because Liberians continue to suffer at the hands of the overbearing of power, especially from the executive branch of government. Like the Tenny, the president of Liberia has the ability to appoint over 4,000 presidents. I'm wondering, you know.
Okay, let's get to the question, Dr. Paul Kennedy. You have 15 seconds left, sir.
There has to be a total reform of our system. So I basically really did not want to ask about the political system because it's in court. We'll wait for the court to undo. What I was trying to ask was personal to your school issue and whether you have any further intention of bringing some civic education, which Liberia lacks a lot, as a part of the curriculum into your private school system.
Well, the TVET program, like I said, we'll be running five specific programs for now: electricity, carpentry, those hand-on skills that will guaranteed income for young people after high school. So when resources are located, there will be expansion. But for now, we're able to gather at least 5 technical programs.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Fadiga. Fadiga, your 2 questions, please.
Dr. Tenny, welcome. I'm very proud of you. I saw that school. I hope to visit it soon. That is what we need. You know, for too long, we have emphasized degree. We see people with multiple degrees that they cannot articulate. Sometimes you want to cringe. The incorporation of vocational education, I think, is very sound, given the number of youth that are either too old, you're never too old to learn, but to go back to grade school. So I think it's a good step. With this thing, Paul mentioned something about the first letter from the requesting that McGill appear was just, it didn't say anything. I think I disagree with that. Why would you request a prohibition if nothing happened, if you don't feel that he did anything, if that was just an ordinary invite to just ask you questions? He was head of the institution, so he bears the greatest responsibility for a lot of things that happen over there. Having said that, Dr. Tenny, you were, I don't know whether you still are a member of the CDC, but I know you used to be an integral part of that institution. So I want you to walk us through the mindset of sedition. Over the last couple of months, we are hearing more the election margin was just 15% or 17% or 1%. So delegitimizing President Boyka, it seems like they have not accepted this president as the president so that he doesn't have a clear mandate. What do you think is going on with the CDC? What do you think they are planning next?
So if you look at the superstructure of the CDC, you will observe a unique factor. All of those who compromise the national budget, all of those who romanticize the national envelope are now shielding behind a political entity for the sole purpose of legitimizing their loot, as well as creating a sanctuary under the canopy of political institutions to prevent them from justice. So what you can see is a clear indication that most of these actors, of course, you have the chairman who was the Controller General of the Republic of Liberia, disbursing the national loot to the different actors. He's the chairman. You have the likes of Gray, who took $63,000 on a corporate social responsibility without even understanding the implication that politicians cannot get involved in corporate social activity. It is a social activity, not a political activity. So you see that most of the architect of most of the leadership of the CDC, it's just a matter of time. They all, after reports of audit, they too will be indicted. So they're trying to shield behind that entity as a way of shielding them from future prosecution. But the records, it's just a matter of time, the records will come. All of them will be will have to answer for their improprieties for tampering with public fund in this country. And all we need just is to sanitize the process, to encourage the judiciary to be more transparent in the dispensation of justice. And if you are in the house is an honorable body. We call it the Honorable House of Representatives or the Honorable House of Senate. The House itself must facilitate the concept of good governance by ensuring that these people who have allegation of impropriety recuse themselves, because their presence compromise the honorary nature of that house. So they got to be recused. The house must recuse them. They must present themselves as ordinary criminal until proven innocent or until proven guilty. They committed crimes against the state.
Which brings me to my second question, and this will be very quick. We have an asset recovery team. I know there may have been some false starts. How do you think that this government can succeed in that direction? Knowing those guys, knowing how they think, how do you think this government can avoid some of those challenges, natural challenges in the country, and how can we succeed?
So you see, I think this is one of the oversight of this new government. You cannot have someone who themselves need to be transformed to run after those who have tampered with the national envelope. So the entire, apart from one or two individuals, the asset recovery, the head of the asset recovery team itself is a stigma on the entire body, because this man, don't forget, is known for impropriety. So there is no, you cannot validate a process with a false start. Those who come on the table must, those who are, what the parable, you come with the table with equity must come with clean hand. You cannot have a thief trying to find another thief. It doesn't work like that. So I think there was a false start. You need to revamp the entire asset recovery system. You need to bring actors. Liberia is not. There's no shortage of transparent, honest people in this country. We don't have shortage of them. All we need is to look out there. It cannot be partisan. If we become so myopic and limit our scope to just partisan, we may miss out on the internal objectives. So I think we need to look out there. People in the diaspora, there are a lot of professionals, people who will definitely know what to do. You have people who will know how to proceed with this kind of investigation. You can take somebody who is still living with his parent and you ask him to go to investigate someone who got 2-3 million. 50,000 will compromise such a person. So I think the level of maturity in those institutions must be visible to warrant public's trust. The public must see those people who driving the process as people that the public can rely on and trust. You can have a man who is capable of corruption, petty and asset recovery. So who's gonna look for the asset now? A former thief gonna look for a current thief asset?
Thank you. Because we have many, I want to say again, I'm going to bring this conversation back to the current trending issue. Exactly. We got Senator going to the Supreme Court. We have the Nathaniel Miguel going to the Supreme Court. We have President Josh Manawia. He went to ECOWAS. They are in the country right now. They are set a meeting with the former president. With the current president, I just received the information that the head of the ECOWAS delegation in the country will be meeting with President Jose Yimambuaka, and all these different issues happening. Let's talk about current pressing issue. Welcome back, Samuel Jackson. It's good to see you, Uncle Sam. Talk to us.
Well, great, guys. I had a wonderful weekend. I was trying to save my marriage, 6 days a week. 2.5 hours prime time on Spoon. I had to basically step back a little bit and do some family stuff. And I did some family stuff. lot of the people out there, they don't know the kind of sacrifice that we make, especially those of us who have families, kids, and spouses. It's very, very tough, but it's one of the things that we have to do in terms of for the national good. Dr. Tenny, how are you today? Dr. Tenny is a political ally of mine and is intellectual colleague. We always like to joke about economics, and we talk about the real economists in the country. So we have this Tenny joke. Look, Dr. Tenny, I don't agree with him on many things, but I agree with him that people who broke the laws should pay. Okay. The only thing I always call for is that in a liberal democracy, and especially in a fragile state, you must use the court system and exhaust all legal means. I know he knows his French better than I, because he was in the CDC for a considerable length of time. So he has the liberty to call his friends thieves, to call his friends whatever name he chooses to call them. But all I would say, I'm not going to ask him a question, is just basically that we have a liberal democracy, and we are trying to strengthen our judicial system, and we have courts of competent jurisdiction. These people should subject themselves to the laws of the land, and every accused is presumed innocent until proven guilty. So that's what I have to say. Thank you, Dr. Tenny. Welcome, and I admire your handiwork on your school. I haven't seen the completion of the construction, but I'm going to come there soon to see that. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. It's good to have you. Thank you very much. Mama, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Stan. Good to be here again today. Greetings to everybody. Doug, it's good to connect on the show. President, we are ran to You've been with the CDC recently. I want to pick on you. Recently, the president ran to ECOWAS. In less than 2-3 days, McGill to the Supreme Court to follow. Partisans mobilized to throw stone. Everything coming after President Boakai and his team launched a massive audit and investigation of alleged corruption. Do you see the running to ECOWAS, the running to the court, the disarray in the camp as factor or an issue coming up as a result of the audit investigation, or these are just normal happenings within the CDC?
So you see, it is no secret in this country that there was a triumvirate that ran this country over the last 6 years, and governance was predominantly secluded amongst the three actors you just mentioned. I believe that they are sensing the inevitable. I believe that they are aware that there will be justice dispensed at the end of the tunnel. I believe that they are trying to use those resources obtained illicitly to mobilize the unconscious community of the party. I believe that if you have not people,
why are you saying that you talk about illicit resources? You think they really have good money still with them?
With these different audit reports, you don't need rocket science to determine the financial acquisition. These guys have toxic wealth. As a matter of fact, not all of the government parastatals have been audited, or at least the reports have not surfaced. We're talking about just central bank and NSA alone. We are not talking about auditing the Ministry of Finance. We are not talking, the payroll partling. Of course, payroll partling means those 700 names were being paid into someone's account. We're not referring to those. We're not talking about what happened at the port at FDA. We are just talking about a few of the many government parastatals. So I believe that the people have a problem where you see smoke, there is a underlying fire. So what I do think is that it is just distraction. Send a normal fear in the ruling party so as to create an environment that they have the capacity to alter the peace. But if the government is focused, if this government is calculative on the various steps, if the judiciary is not compromised, or if the judiciary is supported financially, because what gave rise to compromise? The judiciary the other day was crying for underfunding. Underfunding itself weakened the third branch of government. So you have to approach these, because these people have extreme wealth at their disposal. They have extreme wealth at their disposal, and given the poverty limit in the society, they can use those wealth to overturn even some sound-minded people. So I think this government needs to approach the issue in a sequential form. They need to have a roadmap. What is the objective? How do we proceed? What are the steps? What are the limitations? What can we do if this contingency occur? What are the contingency plans we have? But the action of the CDC is basically the action of those state actors who are culpable of financial improprieties. They are trying to shield behind the grassrootism, if there's a word, of the party to send a message. But that message is a false message. The message itself does not exclude the fact that crimes were committed against the state. It does not exclude the fact. And the court, yeah.
Let me come to a question.
Yeah.
I read President Weah's letter, and there's a portion of that letter that is interesting. I want to bring up. Weah won overwhelmingly in the last election. I think about 13 or the 14 counties. Overwhelming mandate he got. The way he governed the country was reckless and irresponsible. In his letter to ECOWAS, this is what he said. President Bouacar and his team must be under the illusion that they have such an overwhelming mandate to lead at their whims and wishes. Does it mean Weah was leading as a whim and wishes because he had overwhelming mandate? And he is questioning Bouacar that you cannot win, you cannot lead at your whims and wishes because you did not have overwhelming mandate like me. That's my understanding of the letter. He won overwhelmingly, he led recklessly, but he is now saying, Bouacar, you did not win overwhelmingly, so you cannot rule or lead with your wishes. You were part of the CDC. You were in senior leadership. Was Weah leading the way he led? Care less about the people. Travel 45 days. People die and he made reckless statement that they were having love affair. Was it because he felt he won overwhelmingly? That's the reason why he was leading that way? Or it was just because people misled him?
You see, I interacted with Weah at a personal level. If you don't fear anybody, you must fear Weah. Weah is a delicate pretender. Weah is a sophisticated. He pretends that he's dummy. He pretends that he's ignorant. And that is what gave rise to many of these young people being damaged today. Weah is the architect of all of those various schemes. And I'll give you a typical example. I'll give you an example that I personally know. You said the Ministry of Finance, when Weah took over office, he made sure that Samora Wolo Kodi and Samuel Tuer could not see eye to eye. Why? Because Samora Wolokodi was the one responsible for expenditure. Deputy Minister for Fiscal Affairs is the one that disbursing the money. And then he have Fina Bono. Before any vendor is paid in this country, they must, as a rule, go to McGill, and McGill send the information to Fina. Fina will send that information to Samuel Twe. That same information, a copy will be Samora Wolokodi with an attachment. Before you give anybody money, make sure you take your 10% and bring it to me. I know of that personally. And the thing about we are is that he will put two adversaries together to work with the intent that they will not collude. So each of them serve as a check and balance to each other. So Twe could not do anything that will compromise his position as minister because he feared that Samora will report him. Samora dare not carry the 10% to Wea because he will be removed. And as a matter of fact, no one play with Wea money and his girlfriends. So that was Wea own check and balance. McGill ran the entire show. The Ministry of Public Works, no contractor received contract in the Ministry of Works. Those contracts were signed in the Ministry of State. And that is what led to other things that Mambutu had to leave this earth. Mambutu queried that I cannot be Minister of Public Works and I'm not signing contract. That was what gave rise to Double Jada recusing himself as PPCC boss. And they brought Janga's wife, Rosalyn Kowo, Janga Kowo's wife. So you see, the system itself was set up to undermine transparency. So the whole system was a false system. The intent of the system was to loot the state. It was basically to loot the state. So when you hear Maggie saying that he took instruction, he is right. No one will make decision with all the acquiescence of George Weah. Nobody dare do that. And that was what gave rise to the EPA guy being dismissed. He refused to compromise donor fund. What his name? The fellow, Dr. something. He refused to compromise donor fund. They had to tell him to resign, and he resigned his post. So I'm arguing that even though they had a choice to not commit crime against the state, but the mastermind behind all of those crimes. Because don't forget, I was with the CDC, and the interesting part about the CDC is that they never had secret. And that is why you see most of them put themselves on the wrong record. When they dig foundation for one building, everybody will know. When they even gave you $50, everybody will know. They never had secret among themselves.
Thank you.
My man, I just got 50,000 for that contract. No, they themselves catalog their own improprieties. They themselves catalog it.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to say a beautiful show. We just getting in mojo. We're just getting started. We want to say it's open conversation. Say your own, I say my own, and the Liberian people will decide. A beautiful day today. Let me ask you my question. I'd like to come back to the McGill. I'd like to come back to the Samuel Twe. I'd like to come back to the rest of the story out there. One, Samuel Twe. I'm going to put this up. They went to the Supreme Court. Here you have it. Councillor Augustine fired. Dear Councillor fired. Honorable Samuel D. Twe, former Minister of Finance, Planning, Councillor Nyanti Twe, and the rest of them. Petition for the writ of prohibition. Samuel Twe is not in the country. They sent a red flag for him. They said, well, they arrested the rest of the guys, put it in jail. They got free on bail. Now here we go again. Samuel Twe will be coming back to the country because there's a writ of prohibition. I want to hear you. What's going on? What's the game plan?
So I don't think I think from my own understanding, Minister Twe was not served. because he's not under the jurisdiction of the. I mean, he's not to receive bond. Me, you must be under the jurisdiction of the court. If my legal understanding is correct, but he was not served. So the question then is, how is he writing a code for a writ of prohibition when you have never exhausted the process of being served? So I think it's putting the cat before the house. I believe that Minister Tue supposed to be on the ground, receive the writ, acquire a bond so that he become a property of the court. How do you run to the court with a writ of prohibition? How do you question the when you are under the jurisdiction of the court?
Okay, your question is unique. But again, no one on the show put this document together. This is from the Supreme Court. This was signed by Councilor Sam. This last name not showing, but it was signed by the clerk of the court. And you know who I'm talking about. This is the office of the clerk Supreme Court of Liberia Temple of Justice. His name is on this. The rest of them, how can you explain this contrary to what you are saying? Because they didn't serve him, but now there's a writ of prohibition. You've been around the block. Talk to us. Why do you think? Is the court making a mistake here? Liberians want to hear you out.
I will honestly not want to delve with on this matter because I am not a lawyer at all. But my little understanding is that he has to be first under the jurisdiction of the court. And unless he is served, he is not under the jurisdiction of the court. Then how can he ask for a writ of prohibition when you have not created a precondition to be under the jurisdiction of the court? How can you now run to the court for a writ of prohibition? But again, I have gross limitation in issues of law, so I may not satisfactorily conclude on this matter.
So we're gonna leave it hanging, but again, folks, we're gonna announce writ of prohibition with Samuel Twedney. A lot of people say maybe you are correct. Somebody say you are correct. They just send me a text message. But the question then is the Supreme Court making a mistake? Yeah, it's get some form of technicality. That Samuel Twedney in their chat room, in CDC chat room, Samuel Twedney is preparing to come back to the country. Do you think they're going to arrest him or they want to listen to the court? At this time, what would the government do?
So I think Minister Tue stand at a disadvantage. The fact that an Interpol red alert has been issued, I see two possibilities. He may be denied bail on the basis of being a flag risk, because in the first place, he had been given sufficient time to be under the jurisdiction of the court. So there is a likelihood that he may be denied bail. But
would
they arrest him?
They will arrest him.
It's inevitable. He has to be, because the writ will be served and he will be on.
Would they go against the Supreme Court writ of prohibition, sir?
So this is where legal minds need to step in, whether the Supreme Court is in error, because the Supreme Court started a process that has not begun.
So let's
go
around
not under the jurisdiction of the court.
Let's go around the table real quick. I want to pause you a minute. Let me bring in the guys. Dr. Richardson, what do you think? Would they arrest him? Would they go? I mean, what do you think about this document? Let's hear you.
Well, Dr. Tenny is making a lot of common sense here. He's using a lot of common sense, because how can a court order for you to come to court? He was ordered to come to court. He disregarded their order, but now the same court that he disregarded their order, he's saying like, oh, you guys have to put a stop to, to my arrest, So I don't know, what he's thinking. So
let me get in the mindset of Sis Glenny. Glenny, before we go to Dwadu, you think they're going to arrest him? You think they're going to allow him to slide, and because of the court decision today?
I think they will arrest him. And I want to agree with what Dr. Tenny is saying. He is at a serious disadvantage. Number one, he did not abide by what the court wanted him to do. He did not report his
same court is ordering something.
Understandably, I hope he's smart, and I hope he has a smart lawyer, because for that writ to go into effect, they must first grab him first. So I would hope that whoever he's listening, I'm not a lawyer, but the little bit I know, before this can take effect, they have to say we have this living body of Samuel Twedney. Okay,
Thank you.
Put it yourself, we've done this, and then you can come now and put this in place. Now, I hope this is accurate. Not accurate and say, I hope this is legal. Whoever did this, I hope they're doing it under
It's a Supreme Court. It's a Supreme Court. It's not an individual. That's the court. That's the clerk of the court. We want to say, I'd like to read the last one. I'm not dwelling about the press this chakra. You always say we're pressing. Listen, meanwhile, you are ordered to stay all further proceedings and all action pending the outcome of the conference, which is scheduled September 4th, 2024. Do you think anybody can go against this meanwhile order, Mr. Dwalu?
Nobody is going against this. Look, here's what I'm going to say. I hope Samuel Twe comes in the country on a Friday. In fact, he has to get arrested for the executive to have an on to that factor. There is nothing the Supreme Court is saying about not doing anything against Samuel Twe. When they arrest him, he spent 3 nights in South Beach. He will still go before the Supreme Court to adjudicate that process. Samuel Twe cannot be functioning outside the confines of the law. Look, for Liberia to work, people must fear the law. Fear the law.
We understand that Dwalu fighting fear the law, but the court, the Supreme Court, the highest court in the land, Kennedy, the Supreme Court is saying, stay everything. Who dare? Who the police AG? Who dare? Who the immigration, Steve Zacko or Gregory Coleman or whosoever we gave that order and say arrest Samuel Twe against the state order of the Supreme Court? Talk to me, Paul Kennedy.
No, stand on. Listen, the Supreme Court is in conflict with itself. Look, we need to reform our system. Call it what you want. The same court said go arrest him. In whatever that did was, and then the court writes another letter after it has said go arrest him to say don't arrest him. Is that not a conflict? So because of the most recent letter the court is sending out will completely dominate and precedes the first letter that went out because it comes from under the same signature of the court. So the court need to stop playing with the Liberian people. Look, call it what you may. Liberia is a country of law. The most recent rate of prohibition would definitely supersede the rate of arrest because that was the most recent document that came out. I'm not a legal person. You can ask the legal people all your work. But just from a common sense perspective, the most recent letter precedes the first rate. So you will not arrest Samuel Twe because of
we are making contact with lawyers to come and share this out before I go to Fadika, and the lawyers will come and explain their own position. Yeah, let me bring in Uncle Sam Jackson. Uncle Sam, man, the Supreme Court, talk to me.
Well, I'm not a lawyer. I don't play a lawyer on TV, and I'm not going to speculate as to the the legalities or the nuances. Look, but this is clear. What is clear is that Mr. Samuel Twe has been accused of a crime. These are allegations. And Mr. Twe is mounting a defense. And in mounting that defense, he's gone to the Supreme Court and asked for a writ of prohibition, a stay on the proceedings. And the Supreme Court has granted that. I know a lot of people would like to see Samuel Twe come to Ralphie, handcuffed, put in the back of a truck, and they will have their day. In civilized societies, we don't do that. What we do, we punish people under the law, but we don't go through extra means to try to take away their dignity and do things to undermine the state of law, because the Unity Party will not be in power for eternity. They will also one day have to face the law, and they must also they must be accorded dignity, because we want punitive justice that criminals must go to jail, but we don't want criminals, okay, or people who are not even convicted yet to be subjected to indignities before they go to court. That's all I have to say on that matter. It is a matter of civility, humility, legality, and common sense. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Al Hussein, UG, Fadika, talk to us.
Well, I'll be surprised if Tua comes back to Liberia. He doesn't seem like a man that will survive a day beyond bars. He's now a fugitive, so that puts him in a different category. I look forward to see. Look, we have this too much big man syndrome in Liberia. There are certain people are too big to fail or too big to face prosecution. Even if we don't say it, we act it. It shows in the way we do things. 12 was a larger than life figure in Liberia as the finance minister. Is a very powerful position. He was once one of the most among the most powerful people in the country. So a lot of people still believe that he's too big to go beyond bars. But look, Dr. Tenny says something. I know we try to break it down as Imami, myself, and Stanton. We try to break down the audit report. If you see the way the guys play with the Liberian people money, many days I think it's monopoly money. It just can be real money. The millions and millions, and I agree with Dr. Tenny. If they add that money in one, I don't think it's in the bank. The only thing that makes sense, they either got private vault at the houses and they put it in the pool. The money that those guys took from in Liberia, it's just too much. It look to the point that it look fake, and it's not even Liberian dollar, US dollar. If you read it, another thing I wouldn't pay attention to, the new minted Liberian note, now 1,000 and something that they were playing with. Do you know that you don't see that money? It disappeared. They got it. There are a lot of things that happen. So for me, this is a test to this administration. I'm look forward to see what will be the outcome of this, but I'm still cautiously optimistic.
Thank you. Let me bring in Mame. Mame, I want to go back because we're finished with this Samuel Toy story. And folks, again, those of you that just joining us, let me read a little bit about this. We got a lot to discuss today. We'll run into this thing. Look at the last sentence. This is from the Supreme Court. Office of the Clerk, Supreme Court of Liberia, Temple of Justice, Monrovia, today, the 26th. Today, listen. Meanwhile, which is very important, you are ordered to stay all further proceedings and all action pending the outcome of the conference, which is scheduled September 4th. Anything you want to say on your own. The Supreme Court says stop and stop now. Anything involved in $6.2 million where you got Samuel Twe, the former Minister of Finance, you have Nwati Twain, the former acting Minister of Justice, you have Stanley Ford, Director of FIA, D. Mose P. Cooper, former Comptroller of FIA. You have them. Jefferson Carroll. They say stop everything. Don't move an inch. Don't take a step, Mame. You must stop by order of the Supreme Court. 34th of July. Can they arrest Samuel Twe against this order, Mame?
I don't think so. But this is what I think also. I think Liberians, ordinary Liberians, conscious Liberians, who are interested in accountability, who are interested in bringing corruption under control, should begin to look in the faces of justices of the Supreme Court and judges of the lower court and tell them boldface that you are presiding over a process that have bearing on our lives. These judges are operating under law, we agree, but this branch of government needs to be given equal attention and consciousness as the executive and the legislative branches of government. We have stepped aside and closed our eyes on the judiciary. We are not lawyers. The ordinary people are not lawyers, but we are not stupid. We can see things. It is time that the consciousness of the people wake up and pay attention to the judiciary, especially the Supreme Court. Otherwise, we will lose the fight against corruption. We will come back here crying in the hands of corrupt people. These judges are not gods. They are not gods sent from heaven. They are human beings. And we must begin to police and watch their activities. I will give you a classic example. This is a mission to sabotage. It is a mission to sabotage. They know what they're doing. Let me give you a classic example. On March 28, 2024, Gracious Ra went to the Supreme Court and complained to the Supreme Court that the asset recovery team has illegally taken my asset. Everybody knew that particular approach was wrong. The Supreme Court, in 4 days' time, heard the case because they knew asset recovery was right. And they knew the big hands that were behind asset recovery. In 4 days, the Supreme Court ruled and told the asset recovery team, go ahead and do your work, but do not illegally take asset from Gracious Ra. The asset recovery team listened and went down to the lower court, obtained the appropriate rate to go after asset recovery assets and information. On June 4th, Gracious Ra went to the Supreme Court with a same prohibition and asked the Supreme Court to put a prohibition on asset recovery activities because, according to them, asset recovery is illegal. The president doesn't have authority to establish them. Since June, because the Supreme Court is aware that if she heard that case, the asset recovery team will win. Since June, we are in September. We are in August, going to September. The Supreme Court have not heard that case. Therefore, asset recovery has ceased to exist. No activities because of that writ of prohibition from Gracious Ra against asset recovery. That is an example of how the court can be used.
Thank you.
Against corruption and not to fight corruption.
Thank you very much. I'm going to bring in. Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you. I'm going to bring in Councillor Toba Yenswa. Again, if you're a councillor out there, we want your own advice on this issue. Please call me. My number is 609-649-4206. We need to hear you, and we'll go back to Dr. Lester Tenny, who is our contributing guest for tonight. I'm going to bring in Councillor Toba Yenswa again. If you want to contribute on the show, and you're a councillor at law, we are asking you, you can call us 609-649-4206. Councillor Toba Yenswa, please. The issue about this writ of prohibition concerning Samuel Toy and the rest of them. Welcome to the Spoon Talk.
Thank you, and thanks to you and your team. Without going to the nuances and merits and demerits of the case, because myself as an officer of the court, I have to be very careful as to how go into the merits of the case. But however, what is in the public clear, I'm also under obligation in providing legal education to tell our people what this is about. And let unpack certain things. The defense counsel might have gone to the Supreme Court and maybe new evidence, something they might have noticed happening, and gone to the justice in chambers to issue a writ of prohibition on the entire process that is going on against the Ministry of Justice. But first of all, let's unpack that this is not about Samuel Toy. In as much as you want to make it as the most important person in the case, since in fact he was former finance minister. But if you read on the issue for the court, he is giving all of the defendants in that same case. So each time you see that $6 million case or you hear about it, you will see the name of Samuel Toy versus the Republic of Liberia Ministry of Justice mentioned in there. So it might have been the interest of one of the defendants, and not all of them defendants that might have gone to the Supreme Court, but maybe one of them. But that case, he will always register order them.
Yeah, but let me interrupt you, Councilor, real quick. Let come up to speed. The rest of the guys were arrested. They went to court, they went to jail, they posted bond, and they set them free for now. Okay? Samuel Toy is still at large. What we are discussing here tonight, can he return to the country and walk freely without being arrested until September 4th, 2024? As per this court ruling today, this court rate of prohibition.
So again, the issue that is far before the court, but the defense lawyer and which one of them, or which one of them that this is against. The Republic of Liberia have already, criminally charged Mr. Tuer. So when he arrives in the country, in the bailiwick of the country, the Republic of Liberia can still bring him over the jurisdiction of the case, what the jurisdiction of the court that he's being sued in.
Please be simple with us tonight. Can he be arrested upon arriving at the airport?
And it also depends. It depends on what the defense lawyer asks for in the rate of prohibition. And Stanton, the rate of prohibition has not been hard yet. So we don't know what is before the court and what the defense lawyer asks for, of which the stay order was placed.
We are talking about the stay order right now. Is Senator enter Liberia right now, Councillor Yenswa? Can they arrest him? Because it's saying stay order, stop everything, don't move, halt, leave everything as it is, don't touch anything till we hear you guys September 4th. My question, can they arrest him?
Mind you, an Interpol letter have been issued by the Republic of Liberia against him. So now, even ways is out of the bailiwick of the Republic of Liberia right now for Mr. Tuer's case.
If Mr. Tuer come by way of not the arrest internationally, but enter Liberia, can the Liberian, under the Liberian jurisdiction, can the Liberian government arrest him as per this rate of prohibition?
The merits and demerits of that case have not been heard. The justice intruders have issued a rate that this will appear at this time. We need to know what the defense lawyer took before the justice intruders or with that rate of issue. We don't know it at this time, so it's premature to say that.
No, Councilor, they're not being fair with our audience. They just gave you a document, and I got to go back to Dr. Lester here. I know you want to be careful because you don't want to appear before the Supreme Court and they discipline you. I understand that. But they just gave you an open rate of prohibition. Said don't touch anything. If someone to appear in the country today, prior to September 4th, can the Liberian government arrest him? Yes or no? We know the case will be heard on September 4th.
Now, we don't know before the court, the Supreme Court Chamber Justice, whether or not the issue of arrest or not arrest Mr. Tuer was the issue that was raised. Again, there are nuances within what was filed by the defense lawyer.
Thank you.
To put the prohibition.
Thank you, Councillor.
So we have to know in detail, Stanton, why the prohibition, why the judge issued this. What you see there that just a rate, there was something that was filed before the court, and there was something prayed for by the defense lawyer that need to be heard on the 4th of September. So until we know that, this rate is just a piece of information that is sent out there, and Mr. Tuer is still being pursued.
Thank you, Councillor Toba Yenswa.
That is before the lower court.
Thank you very much, Councillor Toba Yenswa. Again, let me go to our friend and brother, Dr. Lester Tenny. Dr. Lester Tenny, from where I sit, I disagree with the councillor. I know he's trying to be very careful because he want to be very careful. The highest court of the land. How can you send back and say, well, the lower court said this, we don't know whether they will implement it? It's very clear. That's not French. That's not Italian. That's not Latin. That's not crew. Because the Toba Yenswa, that crew guy. That's not Basso. That's not Petty. It's very, very clear. Stop everything. Don't move. Wait till September 4th. Yes or no? Would they arrest Samuel Tuer or they will wait till after the hearing on September 12th. But let's bring you in, Dr. Lester Tenny. That's just my own opinion, sir.
So you see the extent to which corruption undermines even integrity. Everybody seems to be compromised. And if the judiciary, if the Supreme Court, that's supposed to be the final arbiter of justice, no one got the guts to say the Supreme Court is in error. It simply infers that guys who massively bled the state for 6 years will walk free one day. One day. You have a seasoned counselor of law cannot even challenge the court simply because he is afraid of reprimand. This is the danger that corruption has undermined the moral fabric of society, that everybody now has a price. The price of standing before the court is a price. However, everybody seems to be afraid to challenge the court. Who says the Supreme Court cannot be in error? Who says the Supreme Court cannot be in error? But the question is, who got the balls to stand up in front of the Supreme Court and question without any form of reprimand? Everybody has a price. So it would not be strange. It would not be strange. I agree with Mambe that what has occurred in this country affected not those who are capable of fending for themselves. No, it has affected greatly those who cannot fend for themselves. The most vulnerable segment of the society. These are the most impacted people of these nefarious crimes. I think it is just about time that the people in an orderly manner, move to the Supreme Court with a petition that this is where we are. We are here because people who were entrusted to govern the state compromise integrity. We look up to you. We look up to you to dispense justice in a blindfolded manner. But as it stands now, 10 months from now, you see that the lives of Maggie will be acquitted, and they will say on technical ground. You know, when lawyers ready to find excuses, they say he was acquitted on technical ground. The word technical ground means the amount of money he has thrown into the process. I think I'm not a lawyer because I don't have that mind to not talk to people. If I was a lawyer and I don't care about practicing law, I would tell the court that you're in error. How can people who study a profession become afraid of their own profession? Oh, it's like me. I become afraid to teach economics because I believe that the student will question certain principles. No. I mean, the whole country, I don't know, my brother.
Thank you, brother. Let me bring that to you very quick again. I'm going to bring in Dr. Richardson, Brother Dwalu, Sis Glenny, and the rest of the team, and we'll come back to you. Don't you leave us for now, Dr. Lester Tenny. We are doing pretty good. I want to welcome to the show Fatima Bintu Salif. It's always good to have you, says Fatima. Let me say this to you while we move on to another place right here. My question, and a lot of Liberian people question today, do you think Nathaniel Falomage have a case that he was covered under presidential immunity? The court of the law, the office was established, it is there. Do you think this coverage can save him? Dr. Richardson, if you read his document that was filed today, Dr. Richardson.
You know, I think I want to go back to what something Dwalu said. He said that question was already answered in the Samukas case, and we can go as far back as the Nuremberg trial. The fact that he's a human being, you know, he was created in the image of God to have some dominion over the earth, and he didn't use his brain to say, no, I disagree. And I have to say, you know, Dr. Lester Tenny, I've been, of course, you know, he and I go back and forth, so I've well read on his research. One of the things I noticed, he said when he resigned from the CDC, he said, I cannot cohabit or coexist in an organization where thieves, national looters, and murder of people exist. Okay, so he used his choice, his free choice, to resign from the CDC. I'm thinking, you know, Miguel didn't have, like you said, the president didn't hold his hand, tie him, and say you got to pad, you got to hire all of these people. You already told us about the stealing syndicate that they had going. I mean, you didn't tell us about the murder, which the murder that you know of, that how they murder people. I'm interested in hearing that as well.
Thank you very much. Let me bring Eduardo. What do you think? This thing, the precedent thing, you cover him because then we're bringing the argument of Samuel, how you call him? What's this guy name? Former defense minister Samuka, and then we can. But Miguel got an argument to make in that regard. But let me hear you, brother Eduardo. You think he's covered?
If Miguel is making an argument, every subordinate in the country and every ministry can make the same argument. He said, "You're not me to do it, my boss man tell me to do it." Whether it's true or not, that can be determined later on. But I don't want to forget about this. I want Liberian people to listen to me very carefully. When you hear government officials in the country say it's only an allegation, I have not gone to court, even though they would take years and they would not go to court and the court shield them. This is what's happening. It is no longer allegation if you're trying to prevent justice from taking place. But Dr. for instance, Tenny spoke about the triumvirate in the country. Let me explain this to you. The central portion of that triumvirate, the three pillars that are destroying Liberia, the court hold a vital position in that. They are complicit. They facilitate what's happening to the country. The people that are stealing from Liberia are one portion. And the gullible few Liberians that support this bunch that steal from them, this is what they are doing to our society. But I'm going to say this, call it controversial if you want, but I don't care. Because my country is bleeding and I cannot accept this. Look, in 1832, Andrew Jackson, he was the president here in the United States. The Supreme Court passed a law. And it was a ridiculous law. And he said, you know what wrong? Said they get Ambe, they're going to enforce the law themselves. Let me say this to you. The Supreme Court can be in error. We cannot allow 5 men and women to hijack this country, and then we sit around while our children literally go hungry every single day and don't get educated. They cannot continue to do this. The issue of gracious right is a very keen example pointed out by Mame. They sat on this case. Look, this is what happens in Liberia. Whenever the court doesn't want to rule on a case, they will just leave it. It will linger and linger, and the people are in anguish. It lingers and lingers and lingers, and nothing gets done about it, and eventually that case dies. And guess what that does? Liberia dies with that. Will you accept that?
All right. So before we move on, thank you very much, Dr. Francine. Thank you to you, brother Dwalu. Let me bring in Colonel Bagbada, if I pronounce the name right. Let me bring him in. We call for some legal minds to contribute. Welcome to the show. Please accepting that I'm not pronouncing your name correct, but introduce yourself. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Stanton, and I don't blame you. It's a country crown name. It's Kaneo Bagbala. So a lot of people struggle with pronouncing it. And like I said, there's quite exciting things you guys are talking about, and I thought I will be able to weigh in. So thank you for having me. Are you a counselor at law or attorney at law? I'm a counselor at law accredited to the Supreme Court bar since 2018. So I believe I'm in good standing.
Thank you very much. We have our contributing guest, Dr. Lester Tenny. I believe you know him and he know you very well. We're going to ask the same question. I'm going to start. If you give us opportunity, we will bring in other panelists to ask you question. One, we just read the writ of prohibition that everything should stand down till September 4th. When we are talking about the $6.2 million LCC case against Samuel Toy and the rest of them. What's your argument? If Samuel Toy do return to the country, will he be arrested on the spot? Or what is the interpretation of the Supreme Court writ of prohibition, sir?
Thank you, Stanton. And I think a good place to start is firstly to depersonalize the role of the Supreme Court. And I see beholding that as an officer of the court, these are things that we should take our time to educate people about. Today, because of the partisan nature of the country and how this country has been polarized along political lines, everything that has to do with the rule of law is viewed through a political lens. It is Samuel Toy, it is the CDC, so therefore the court must act as if it is some rabid dog out there. It is Nathaniel McGill, so the court must just jump out there and act. When it becomes another person, then the tenor changes. The short answer is that that particular writ of prohibition was very clear, that stay all proceedings. As a matter of fact, the writ of prohibition came out in triplicate, 3 copies. One was addressed to the Ministry of Justice, and the Ministry of Justice, as you know, the legal arm of government, has oversight for the police and other smaller security entities that are involved with arresting powers. One was addressed to the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission as well. And I believe there was another that was addressed to another party, clearly saying stay all proceedings. Now, you and I can have a conversation about why are they saying stay all proceedings. But let's talk about why is a writ of prohibition even necessary in the first place. When a higher court comes into information about a particular thing pertaining to a case, it has the right to step in and say, stay proceedings until we can hear this matter and render a judgment. I am so acutely surprised that highly educated people like those you have on your show, people who reside in the U.S., where there was Brown versus Wade, Roe versus Wade, where was all of these cases the Supreme Court determined? Trump was even charged with treason. They came back and they interpreted the ruling and said, no, you can't hold him for actions he committed as president when he operated within his presidential prerogative. These are all people who reside in the U.S.
Did he say Wade versus
down the Supreme Court of the United States of America? Why aren't they going there to say that Chief Justice James Roberts is somebody who is complicit? People must respect the institutions of law, even when they disagree.
So let's go back. So let's go back to the question I asked you. This writ of prohibition means what? Give us a short interpretation, sir.
I was very emphatic. This writ of prohibition says, stay all proceedings. What are proceedings? Proceedings can be interpreted to mean any actions, any activities, any undertakings, any arrest, whatsoever you have been mandated by the highest court in the land to stay all proceedings. Do not act. That's what it is saying. And the Minister of Justice is an officer of the court. He was called to the bar. He practiced before the court. So act in any way against the court is contemptuous, and he knows that.
Hold on 1 minute. Hold on 1 minute, guys. If you have a time, Councilor Bada, we will respect the councilor position, though we can disagree. He's a councilor at law under this Supreme Court. Let me ask you again, Councilor, real quick. I want to move to Nathaniel Fado McGill, Senator McGill. His argument before the Supreme Court, his writ of prohibition that was issued today. Speak to it. Do you think he is covered under the presidential immunity?
Again, this is judicial wisdom, right? Now, somebody, again, I'm so wary of propaganda, so I don't try to delve into what the general narrative is. For now, what I hear is people are saying that Honorable McGill's application was based on presidential immunity. So therefore, do not investigate me. That's what they are saying. I have not seen the petition. Are people even seeing the length of these petitions that people write to the court to request prohibition?
Yes.
Some of those things are like 2 pages long.
Yes.
So if you've seen it, what is the exact basis or the number of bases upon which prohibition was issued? I have not seen it.
But I'm asking you a straight question. Do you think you work in the government? You follow Lieutenant Fado McGill. He served as chief of staff. Do you think he is covered under presidential immunity, sir, for his action?
I'm a lawyer. Lawyer is about analogizing. What is the specific instance? What is the specific scenario? Is he citing those instances? What did he do that he's now claiming immunity for? What is it? I do not know. There has to be specificity.
Pardon the payroll. Excuse me, sir. You have read the letter from the LSCC. I believe you have. It's been over a week. They're saying that we want to talk to you, want to investigate you. Pattern payroll, increase in supplementary employment. Those folks saying paying people, and that's a lot. You read it, but for you to do innocent thing tonight, say you have not seen it, then it means that I'm surprised.
No, I know there's a difference between the letter written. There's a difference between the application that was filed to the Supreme Court, which necessitated the writ of prohibition, or on which basis the justice in chamber say, I will issue the writ. So So it was not that letter that brought about the writ. It was a petition that was filed that brought about the writ. So what is contained in that petition? Those petitions are not comprised of only one count.
So let's just hold you 1 minute. Let hold you there, please. Don't you leave. Except you have to go. I want to go back.
No, I'm not. I'm here.
Thank you. This is Councilor Kano Barbara. Again, Nelson, can you put out his name, please? We want to know who's speaking. Again, I'm going to go back to Dr. Lester Tenny, and we'll go back to the round table. Augustine Jackson, Paul Kennedy, Fadika Mame, Fatima, Mr. Eduardo Glenny, and Dr. Richardson. We want to bring in Dr. Lester. This is Councilor Kano Barbara. You know him very well. You think his argument hold water tonight, sir?
Well, I will have insufficient knowledge to argue on legal matter with a learned counselor. However, with my common sense, I believe that I think the judiciary is more detrimental to our governance process than we thought it was the executive or the House of Representatives. If the law that's supposed to protect the most vulnerable sector of society has many interpretations, it speaks volume to the decay in our society. That counselors themselves do not even agree with each other on simple interpretation. It means that the society has been damaged. And like I said, I'm insufficient to go into legal argument with the learned counselor because I will be totally displaced. However, common sense suggests that something is fundamentally wrong with our judicial system. In fact, our whole judicial architecture needs serious reform. That's all I can say for now.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Uncle Sam. Talk to us, Uncle Sam. Yeah, I'm here. Hold on 1 minute. Maybe they got questions for you.
There was just something that Dr. Tenny said.
Talk to us.
I want to respond to before you go ahead.
Talk to us. Talk to us.
Oh, yeah. You know, my good friend Lester, Dr. Tenny made a point just now. He said it is sad for the country that the law has multiple interpretations and we can't agree on one, and so therefore it is sad. But you see, Dr. Tenny, that is why we have a Supreme Court. In our democracy, under our jurisprudence, there is only one institution clothed with the authority to say what the law effectively is, and that is the Supreme Court. Even lawyers themselves can argue before the Supreme Court and disagree with the Supreme Court, but when the Supreme Court renders a mandate, we say you can only take appeal to Jesus Christ or to heaven, because that's where it ends. Even justices who sit on the Supreme Court bench can disagree with the majority. The only comfort they have is to write a dissenting opinion they must obey. So when you understand the governance architecture of our country, you will realize that the Supreme Court can say things because they have wisdom of the law. And ordinary laymen who don't understand, like you said, you're not sufficient, can understand that this is what the court has said, and we respect it. Dr. Tenny, I will never.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me bring in Uncle Sam.
So are you coming back to me after Uncle Sam?
Yes, I'll come back to you, Glenn, in 1 minute. Uncle Sam, talk to us, please.
Well, you know, there's a saying that the wheels of justice grind slowly, but it grinds well. I can see people in the United States getting frustrated over Donald Trump, 34 counts of conviction, felonious conviction. I can see the case with the misplacing of the classified document been going on, for a long period of time. And you can see all of the machinations in the court system. And I know you young people want to see immediate justice, but if you want to see immediate justice, there must be comprehensive and equitable justice. So for future generations, there can be no ambiguity as to the guilt or innocence of the accused. Bottom line. So swift justice does not mean equitable justice. Swift justice does not mean due process. All I'm saying and all I'm appealing to all of you, my learned colleagues on the platform, is that I know I can understand the anxiety to see people swiftly brought to justice, and similarly, you want to see people in handcuffs put in the back of trucks. But all I'm saying is that because we live in the liberal democracy, where the Supreme Court is the final arbiter of justice, we should all bear some patience and let the wheels of justice, as slowly as it grinds, but it grinds very well. That's all I have to say.
So can I go ahead? Councillor Badi, what's his name? Councillor Kanyo, are you still on?
I'm here. Okay. Kanyo Baibala. I apologize. It's quite a difficult name.
I don't think it's difficult. I'm a Liberian. I should be able to pronounce it. So I just didn't hear it correctly. I want to say something to you. I think we should be at a place where no matter where we are as Liberians, we should be able to respect one another. When you're coming on here as a counselor at law, and let me just add, my father was a counselor, highest rank associate justice of Liberia, J.D. Bayega Jr.'s. When you're coming on here and your first statement is to kind of degrade people who's not in Liberia, that's unacceptable for me as a counselor. Because the first thing you're saying, you're who in America, you know your country, that's unacceptable. I think for a man of your stature, let me ask my question. Let me ask my question. We allow the counselor to speak. We should be able to say what I'm sure you should be able to interact with us, and we should say what we feel.
No. I want for the counselor to leave because I have other counselor.
Yeah, I will still ask my question. Even if I don't have a question. I think for you to come on and the first statement to be able to come and degrade us because we're not in America, in Liberia, I think that's wrong. That is totally wrong. I don't have any questions for him because I also think that he's partisan because he's from CDC.
Okay, thank you very much, Danny. You got come on. If you have a question or comment, let's make it brief because again. If you call in my phone, let me just correct you. We have Councillor Barbara on, so I cannot take your call. I know some other councillors are calling, they want to contribute. Please wait. When he leaves, then we can take your call. Fadiga.
Part of my concern then and now, and probably is nothing. It's just back in the days when Justice Janet was impeached, and we all saw how illegal that process was to the point that even ECOWAS requested that he be reinstated. And we gradually saw the Supreme Court being transformed to a particular region. And back then, a lot of us were becoming concerned. I, for one, I was concerned. A lot of people are concerned because we preempted that this day would have come. The last attempt was right in December when they tried to slip in Councillor Musadin. That would have sealed the whole Supreme Court. For some of us, in as much as we want to believe in the highest court in the land, there is certain thing within that want us to believe that there are some partisan bias within them. My question, and I know the counselor, I know the answer, so I won't even answer. I'll just use the answer statement. And I'll probably send it to Dr. Tenny. Do you believe that we can fully have faith in our Supreme Court, given everything that happened over the years under the WIA administration? And I will send that to Dr. Tenny and
let's finish our way.
Yeah, that's my only question. That's my only question.
Thank you. Let's hold on 1 minute.
You can send it to Councillor Tayo Babala. You can send it to him.
Councillor Babala, can you respond to this?
Yes, I did listen to Fadiga, and my response is that to say that we cannot have hope in the Supreme Court, the Honorable Supreme Court of the Republic of Liberia, that it will dispense justice equitably, it means that there's no hope for our country. I refuse to ascribe to such notions. This was a court that entertained very contentious proceedings before and ruled otherwise, right? The problem we have in our country is that when there is a particular decision that does not favor either our political, moral, or religious allegiances, then we scream, the court should burn down. But when there's a decision that favors us, then it's a victory for the rule of law. The same thing happens in the U.S. And before I move on, I just want to very quickly speak to the issue raised earlier by one of your panelists. No, I did not disrespect, never sought to degrade anyone on that show. I simply drew a comparison that there are many times in the U.S. where the United States Supreme Court has handed down very, very contentious rulings, and people respect them, even on the point where it becomes so divisive. And I gave a pointing example. President Trump, the case went to the Supreme Court, and they ruled that his actions could not be litigible because he was acting as president within his...
Councilor, let me bring in the next person. My phone is going up like crazy. Other lawyers want to come on. I want to go to Duadu.
I want to ask you a quick question.
Duadu, I'm coming to you. I'm going to do Duadu, Fatima, and Paul Kennedy will take us home. Please, we have to make it short because another lawyer...
Yeah, Kanyo Babala, I understand you were with the CDC for a very long time, so we're going to take your position with a grain of salt. Do you think where you have been accused of in Liberia, where you audited yourself, you exonerated yourself, do you think that will happen in the U.S., saying you're comparing the U.S. to Liberia?
Can I go ahead and answer?
Yes, sir, please. Mr. Duadu asked you a question. You can answer if you choose to, please.
Yes, I mean, look, by no stretch will I attempt to compare Liberia to the U.S., except when I'm comparing, rates of pretrial detention, because the U.S., rivals Liberia in that department where I did some research before. But otherwise, the U.S. is a behemoth on almost every other rubric, economic whatsoever. No, I'm drawing on particular tenets of good governance, separation of power, respect for the rule of law. The idea that we respect a certain institution called a Supreme Court, and people are there who are the custodians of the interpretation and clarification of our laws. We borrowed a lot of these things, if not all of them, from the United States of America. So to now leave the United States and then look at us as a special case where we should just dispense with the rule of the Supreme Court and incite people against the Supreme Court and incite people to get in the streets because the Supreme Court is partisan, because you dislike a particular ruling, I think that's inimical.
Thank you very much. I think the Duadu question, I don't think you answered. Maybe you never heard his question. Duadu, can you want to repeat your question? I want us to be on record.
I want to repeat it.
Something. Please do.
Consider, I don't want you to go on a diatribe. You audited yourself. You exonerated yourself. You were accused of a serious crime. Do you think that would be allowed to happen in the U.S.?
Thank you.
No, reset. I didn't get that question. I need to.
Duadu, he's on the phone. Be very slow. I'm begging you. He won't understand you.
Be very clear, Duadu.
Consider, I'm very, very clear. Let me go very slowly. You were accused of a very serious crime where you guys literally used the free pool of Liberia to get rich. You audited yourself. You exonerated yourself. You're comparing the U.S. to Liberia. Do you think your criminal activity that you were accused of would be allowed to happen in the U.S.?
I'll double back again, and whoever wrote you that piece of note, you can tell them to give you an even bigger paragraph. I will underscore the word accused. Same way we advocate due process now if it involves Twe or McGill or any other Liberian from any political spectrum. Accusation does not equate to being culpable. Accusation does not mean you are guilty. Maybe, I don't know, and that's why I think we should still compare ourselves to the U.S. because all of these ideals of being accused, of being given due process, and then at the end of the day coming to a conclusion in a competent court of jurisdiction, that's what the law is. And yes, I can attempt to compare that to America.
Were you accused? I have not followed this story. Counselor, were you accused?
I don't think this show is about me right now. If you want to derail me off this,
and I respect your decision not to get into it. But again, thank you. Let me bring in Sister Fatima. Fatima, short and sweet.
Hi, Counselor. When you started your statement, I heard you comparing Roe versus Wade. Did you actually say that in the beginning of your statement as it pertains to justice, and you were comparing it to Liberia? I was flabbergasted. What were you saying about Roe versus Wade?
Councillor, did you hear her question?
Yes, I heard from Precious.
Did you?
And what's the question again?
Okay, Fatima, can you repeat slowly? Fatima, he's on the phone. Yeah.
When you started your conversation,
slowly, you know the line is kind of difficult.
You're right. I will do so. When you began your conversation, you actually quoted Roe versus Wade. Did you quote that?
I did.
And in terms of what? Because I didn't understand where Roe versus Wade fitted in what you were discussing. I didn't understand it at all.
Let me respond to that.
Please.
You see, I fully understand why you were flabbergasted. I was trying to emphasize the point of the primacy of Supreme Court rulings and how controversial decisions that the Supreme Court reach can be. Roe versus Wade and the question of privacy and abortion was a contentious issue. Still is a very contentious issue. As a matter of fact, I believe that it was overturned at some point. If I followed American legal history, which I stopped following for a long time now. So the point is, when I'm analogizing.
You there?
Hello? Hello? All right, I think we lost the counselor here. And again,
did that finish?
Are you there? Hello? Councillor Barbara. All right, again, I want to say.
Wait, compare, I think he said.
Brown, he said Brown versus something. Brown versus he was
about education.
He didn't make any sense because Roe versus Wade is abortion.
It was completely out of context. And
yes.
Don't do that.
Yes.
Yes. You come here and condescend people on this forum, talk about this legal issue. We don't have to be lawyers to understand a common sense issue.
Okay, guys, let's go because we got 19 more minutes. We got 19 more minutes. I want to bring in, we'll do that at our closing, guys, please. Let's do that at our closing, okay? We got a lot of issues to discuss. We got about 19 more minutes left. Let's bring in Dr. Lester Tenny. Again, before we bring Dr. Tenny, let me bring in Mame. I believe you have not spoken, right, Paul Kennedy, because you went off, right? I will come to you, Paul. Mame, before we go to Dr. Lester, we'll come to you and Paul. Let's come to you, Mame. The overview of Colonel Barbara, he went off. His argument.
Nobody is inciting people against the court.
That's what he said.
We want to maintain here because on public record, we are calling on ordinary Liberians to rise up and push the consciousness and patriotism of the courts and the judges so that they dispense justice in a way that suppress corruption and not support corruption. We want our people to do that, because if we don't do that, if we don't hold the court accountable, we will lose the fight against corruption. The judges are not gods. Nobody should tell you that. They are not gods. Look at the audit report on the Supreme Court. Go read it. It tells you that they are not God. The audit report on the Supreme Court is pointing to corruption and mismanagement of public resources. Now, these are the people you want to just give pass and just believe they are God. Nobody should talk to them because they put cap on their heads and call themselves judge. And look, it is real. They are human beings. They preside over the justice system. The decision they take have long-term effect on the livelihood of millions of people. We must confront them. We must confront them. The audit report shows that in that judiciary, against the law that they should be enforcing, they are paying money in the hundreds of thousands in the names of employees at the Supreme Court. at the Supreme Court to ensure that they don't go through procurement process. They are breaking down contracts into pieces so that they don't go through the procurement process at that Supreme Court. So there are a lot of things. Read the audit report is damaging on the court. It tells you that they are human beings. They too can make mistakes. They too can compromise. So the people whose decision, the people who their decision can affect, it is about time that we tell them, we are watching, we're seeing what you're doing, we're calling on you to support us in the fight against corruption. We're not saying you should make people guilty when they are not guilty. We are only telling you when people are guilty, you should hold them accountable. Can you about 30 seconds?
Hey, mommy.
You were asking about the case. I just want to provide the information. The case is not an allegation. He admitted the case is, and it is no crime for any government official to give his friend contract if he qualify. But here is the case. They established a company. Bill Tuawe, who is the managing director, has 60% share. Kanyo has 10% share. The deputy controller has 15% share, and somebody else has 15% share. Kanyo put a share in the name of, I think, his sister or his wife. It's public record. It is not crime for Bill Tower to give Kanyo a contract because Kanyo is his friend. It doesn't disqualify him. But if you enter into an agreement with the MD of the public share in a company, then it smells corruption. You can go and say you're exonerated, but the people.
Thank you. Thank you very much, man. I know somebody is going to put this thing up. Do I do that trouble, man?
And I spent time acting like he know the story. I know the case.
So then we say, let me say this to you. Only one moderator, Sister Glennie. We're going to say again.
So you acting like you know about that case and you know about it.
Yeah, and that's what makes the show enjoyable. You act like you don't know it, somebody explain it, and people will follow. All right. I want to say this. It's a beautiful show, a beautiful time. But let me go back to this thing, to Dr. Lester, then we'll come to Paul Kennedy the day after. Dr. Lester, yeah, former member CDC. Can you help us understand this? I was able to put my hand. They're now calling. Today is the 26th, right? Yeah. So they wrote Gregory Coma to enforce this. If you have not seen it, please, it's in the chat room. About the property, the Bernard, yeah, some kind of investigation. They are asking them, say, listen, you got to now go to court, we're calling you guys. What's the story about that property? If you know anything, Dr. Lester, what's the story about that property?
Okay, so
before you go ahead, they say injectment. That's what I was looking at. You can see it right there. Well, it's this year, this month. Can you talk to us what you know about that property?
What I do know is that we were told that the property belonged to Archibald Bernard. We were also told at some point in time that the president at that time, George Weah, bought it for the party. Now, we were told it was for Archibald Bernard, and that George Weah bought it for the party. And that was what gave rise to the party putting vocational school all over the place. But again, like I said before, George Weah is a very cunning man. I think somewhere along the line, he felt that certain executive members were not relating to him, especially with the case when Moba Molu came out with those recordings. Again, we are being very crafty, and Archibald Bernard was his legal advisor. Something might have gone wrong. Something could have gone wrong. Now that CDC no longer enjoy the confidence of the Liberian people, he may like what tell the people that, look, you're taking your property. But I do know that we were informed that the property was sold by Archibald Bernard to Weah for the CDC. I don't know more than what I have just said.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you very much. I want to read this. It's very important. It's very, very important. The date on here says August 19. All right, dear Mr. Director. All right, the San Sacro. This is to Gregory Coma, Judge of this honorable court, Her Honor Goda A. Bona, Elieti. request of your kind assistance by sending some police officer to the sheriff of the court, Captain Humphrey Sequoia, to aid the enforcement of a writ of possession in the below captioned cause of Anthony case. See copy of Supreme Court judgment reference to the writ of possession attached. This is in the chat room. I think I put that in the chat room. So my understanding, can anybody add to this as to she calling for police to go and issue on the same CDC compound? We asked Jeremy Pierre yesterday, what is boarding? Do you think they can go enforce this? She said, Fred, she just cannot send the sheriff alone, the judge. So she said, Gregory, come and help us. Send us police officer. So again, my fellow Liberians, that's another situation that we about to go through. I want to hear you all. I want to hear you briefly. What's your thought, Uncle Sam? Sorry, Paul Kennedy. We want to come to you, Paul, my brother. Talk to me.
Well, listen, Liberia hands are full with all kinds of peculiar issues. That's the quite frank stuff. And you know, Dr. Tenny, let me disagree with you that there are not many people who have the balls to call a spade a spade. From the beginning of this show, I sat down here and said the court was in conflict. The court is in conflict, regardless of what Councilor Barbara will come here and try to call Roe v. Wade, which is Roe versus Wade, in the 1973 case, where the court was trying to interfere with patient protection and privacy, saying women cannot have abortion inside. He can't come here and lecture us on this platform. I'm sure that everyone who comes to school is coming here because of some level of education. I respect his education in law. I did medicine and public health. You can't bring arguments that don't make common sense. This Honorable McGill is not under the immunity of the presidency, under the Constitution of Liberia. Nobody besides the president is under that immunity. It's not a deferred immunity. You can't defer the president. I don't need to go to court to read what prohibition article I 10 before I know that Senator McGill cannot defer the president. We are immunity to him. So if he's been called to court to look at the payroll for partnering, he can be inhibiting his appearance to court based on presidential immunity as an individual who sat down and had the rights and responsibilities to conduct affairs of his office as an individual. You stop that nonsense here. Yeah. Liberia is being the way it is because a bunch of corrupt people being recycled. You can't bring us on this forum who have lived our life on integrity and bring people who got tinted characters among us there. Don't do that to us.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. You are wrong. It's for everybody. You are quite wrong. Let me correct you.
No, I'm going to abuse and disrespect us. I will give you back that disrespect.
No, you're wrong.
So to the issue. Let's go to the issue.
Yeah.
I think the issue of the Bernard's property, has been lingering around for a long time. I'm not really close with the information on that property, but for the judge to be asking for police people instead of bailiffs to go and execute a raid, I think is an issue of precautionary step, which if the court is not careful with, could create some additional issues into the country. Because the court has a system.
So let me ask you, what is about the CDC compound that everybody got to be careful? If the court have to go to court to the resident.
No, you're not getting me. I'm not saying the court is careful with CDC.
No, I'm asking you. I'm
execute a rate of enjoyment, the rate of prohibition. The court has a court of officers at the bailiff who's supposed to do that. Now, the judge has a reason of why she's asking a police to escort the court system to do that.
I mean, you're not getting my question to you. Calm down. Let me ask you my question. What is about this compound that this judge will ask Mr. Duadu, officer in charge, please give me 10 national police officers to go with my sheriff?
It's obvious, Stanton. It's obvious.
Thank you. That's the point I'm going towards, because if they are going
I'm not
to,
going to. I'm
if they
not
are
going to be like
going
Dwalu to say obvious.
if I'm going to
Dwalu
Fatima
know why
House,
you on.
if they're going to issue a writ to Fatima House, they will go and act it.
I won't go to Fatima House.
No, you're not going there.
My South African sister Fatima. Listen, it is this is within the wisdom of the court to know why they are asking the executive branch of government under the Justice Ministry to escort the judiciary bailiff to go to execute a writ or some people. I don't know why the judge is doing it, but I think she just trying to be extra cautious.
It's good to ask. That's all. Let's start real quick before we bring in Asa. Asa, welcome to the show. I know you're busy, but thank you for joining us this late. What do you think about this party headquarters? That everybody, we saw the issue with the LDA, right? And now let me add this to it, because I really want to hear from you. If you receive this, the LDA again, everybody's saying, no, this is serious. Let's make this thing happen. Why do you think people are being so careful? Very careful going to CDC party headquarters, LDA going around CDC party headquarters, this other person doing this. Well, what's the issue here, Dr. Lester Tenny, that people want to be careful to just put their foot, simple job? Are they afraid of protest? It's something at the party headquarters that you know and we don't know, that the lawyers, the judges, the police officer, LDA want to tread carefully? Talk to us. Let me add this also. You saw the letter to ECOWAS from the former president, the leader of CDC. ECOWAS in the country, they will be meeting him. They will be meeting Mr. President Joseph Yemabwaka. The whole issue, what is boarding, Dr. Lester? What are you hearing?
So CDC party enjoys the comfort of the lower echelon of society. Those who have not been privileged to receive minimum education. These are the choir that rally itself around the CDC. So when you hear about grassrooters, they are simply telling you that, the grass will always grow on the ground. These are people who have not drunk from any fountain of limited knowledge. So the party itself enjoys the marriage between the uninformed, the less fortunate, not necessarily the downtrodden, because to be downtrodden means, or to be dispossessed means someone has taken away your possession. These men who won have decided not to elevate themselves in terms of knowledge. These are people who believe in contrary laws. Contrary laws mean they themselves think they are the laws. They claim to know the law more than the lawyers. So that is the very unholy marriage between the CDC and its partisan. The advantage is that the liberal society itself is deeply troubled with these people in the majority. Our educational system testifies to the level of inclination in the society. It is messy. People who supposed to know better themselves do not even understand what better is. So you see, we have a tragic situation in this country, a very pitiful situation where instead of society advancing, it is being eroded by the very people who are supposed to drive the society forward. And the leader of the party are no different from those grassrooters.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tenny. Listen, we got to leave it there. We want to say thank you for joining Spoon tonight. We got to begin. Because it's 7 p.m., 2 minutes to 7 here. That will be 2 minutes to 11 in Liberia. We want to say thank you for joining us. We hope we can have you again to talk more about your school and the system. Again, have a good evening. Thank you always, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. On the phone, we're going to have the former Secretary General of Unity Party on the issue about George Manneh. We are going over to ECOWAS. The former president, George Manneh, we are visited ECOWAS, and then we'll come to you as a do. Mo Ali, you are live.
Thank you, Stanton. So in this case, let me speak as former Secretary General of the Council of Patriarchs one of the organizing members. Now, ECOWAS high top brass coming here to meet people when they have grievances is nothing strange. When we, as Council of Patriots, had grievances, we wrote ECOWAS, and they sent some of their top people here, and we had discussions with them. They met with General Berhardin Kim. He met with President Weah. After that, he met with me, Henry Costa, and other top members of the Council of Patriots. Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambas, Special Rapporteur of the United Nations to West Africa. If he came here at the time just to meet with the Council of Patriots. So this is absolutely nothing strange. Once ECOWAS is having a mission here and a political party or major political party has some grievances and they write them, they pay attention to everyone. They respond to that communication. The response to that communication was done by Nkrumah, the ECOWAS Special Representative to Liberia. But more than that, the Foreign Ministry will tell you that the trip had been planned by ECOWAS, the chair of ECOWAS, and so it coincided with the CDC complaint. They cannot come and don't listen to them. ECOWAS is for everybody. So there is nothing.
So are you saying that ECOWAS never came to the country based on the complaint of the former president?
ECOWAS is not coming here based on the complaint filed by President Weah and the CDC. They already had a mission here. And in fact, that was confirmed today by the Foreign Ministry. Tomorrow morning, ECOWAS will meet with the Deputy Minister for International Cooperation and Economic Affairs at the Foreign Ministry, Dr. Ibrahim Nye. Before they will have the oral meeting, they will perform their official functions first, and these are the secondary functions they will turn to. These are things that we've been engaged with, so they should not make it like, oh, we lay a complaint. As a matter of fact, when you lay a complaint and people listen, it doesn't make your complaint right. But I think they want to stare for nothing.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. And again, let me be fair here. Let me read the letter. Request for a meeting. They are requesting for a meeting. They are asking former President George Manuel Weah. I have the honor and pleasure to present my compliments and wish to inform Your Excellency that His Excellency Omar Aliu Toure, President of ECOWAS Commission, will be in Liberia for a one-day working visit on 27 August 2024. His Excellency and his delegation will arrive in Liberia on Monday, 26 August 2024, and depart 28 August 2024. In this regard, the delegation would like to meet with Your Excellency on 26 August 2024 in your office at the address is there. We will have it, appreciate. Okay, so this is not about the letter then, if I'm getting it clear. So maybe you're right. It was prior engagement, right?
Yeah, the letter is very clear. There are prior engagement for the ECOWAS team that is coming. And so we use our prior engagement since we will be in Liberia, and former President Weah and his CDC have filed this complaint. We'll take that time, we'll take 1 or 2 hours to meet with them to understand what their grievances are. It's not because President Weah filed complaints so ECOWAS jump on the plane to come and look into his complaint. No.
Do you think they would have done that either way?
I don't know, but certainly there are always ECOWAS missions coming to Liberia, like in 2019 when we were planning the June.
No, I'm talking about this one. Do you think they would have done that at all?
I don't think the ECOWAS chair would have come. It's possible they could send a representative. It's possible they could reply and say, okay, we will look into it. They could forward it to the government.
Okay.
To hear the government side.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mo. I appreciate you calling on the show. You are always welcome. Asido, let's hear you.
Yes, Stanton, it's always good to be here. Hi to everyone. Thanks for the show. I was following on my way home. I wanted to start off with something. Yes, I want to agree as a person that this is about time Liberians rise up against the Supreme Court and the Judiciary branch to ensure they do something. And this is the right thing to do. And I will tell you, Yes, Liberians will rise up against the executive branch led by President Baka. And I will tell you, the CDC will galvanize its partisans and Liberians to rise up against tyranny. Yes, the CDC will galvanize its forces across Liberia to rise up against bad governance. Oh, yes, the CDC will galvanize its forces across the length and breadth of Liberia to rise up against political targeting of opposition parties. The CDC will leave no stone unturned. We will not sit and allow our rights being violated. Like I said the last time, the CDC will use all its legal political means to stand up against this government. And we will use the forces of the people to rise up. Those who have been dismissed from their job will be galvanized. Those who have been targeted will be assembled. Those who have been hunted will be assembled. Those whose relatives have been killed will be assembled. And we will rise up in Liberia to ensure that our country remains a place for all of us. So yes, Liberians should rise up against the Supreme Court and the Judiciary, and Liberians, seditionists, will rise up against the executive branch of government. And I know you were asking a good question, Stanton. The issue of CDC, listen, CDC is a law-abiding political party. We recognize our rights and our limitations. CDC could have bought our party headquarters long time. The party headquarters was given to us by someone with our branch, but then it had legal battles between two persons claiming ownership. So the CDC who now moves to buy it from one person when it is in legal dispute. Because CDC is a party of the respect of law, we decided to ensure the court case plays out. And at the end of the day, we will always respect the rights and the laws of our country. But I know one thing, the CDC never dies. The CDC will stay and will stay forever. Today, United Party can use the power of the government and use the judiciary to come against us. We will move and go to a next place. We will be stronger than we've ever been. We should be discussing the improvements in the lives of the people. How are they buying rice? How much are they buying pepper, onion? What are the prices for transportation across Monrovia now? School is about to open. How do they have money? Where is it to pay for their children's school fees? We should be asking questions. How are they going to buy books, pencils for their kids to go to school? How are the parents prepared to take up the financial burden of the country? The CDC is a political party, and the CDC remains the CDC. So I will end to tell you, what should be important to this government is how it is affecting positively the lives of Liberians and how their lives today is better than their life yesterday. If you came on to help improve their life and there is no movement in the way they live by day, you are a failure. And what you think will work is for you to talk about the CDC. It's for you to talk about some fake things.
Yeah, a lot of minutes.
He's still talking. Whatever I have to do is speaking for Fadiga, just respect yourself.
First of all, the men are in like, bro, you tell you rise up.
He just, that's what. We all been talking. It's only good to give us a chance to speak.
Then he come in.
No, Fadiga, stop, man. You just kind of like love for us to argue with you. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to say it was a beautiful show. It's 7:08, 11:08 in Liberia. We want to say we'll do our closing. The rest of the information, we'll bring them to you tomorrow. What a day. What a busy day in the country. What a beautiful show. Okay. I will definitely say to you again, thank you for trusting and believing in the Spoon Network. And thank you for spending your time with us. We're going to go around the table to do our closing today. At least we have heard something. Dr. Richardson, you'd like to go first?
Yeah, let me do that. I just want to start off by saying it was a good show. I want to thank all of the panelists by being here. Shows your dedication to making Liberia a better place. Secondly, I want to say I was very impressed with Mr. Tenny's school. I'm also even more impressed that he took his own personal money to build the school.
Grandma, go see your grandson and we'll bring you back in. Let me come to the other grandma real quick. Grandma Glendy.
As much as it's a beautiful thing to be a grandmother, but I haven't reached there yet. But I know I will get there, God's willing. But I'm not a grandmother. Okay. Anyway, it was a good show today.
Whatever you say, do your closing.
You interrupted me, oh.
Just do your closing. You got 30 seconds. 29 left.
But it was a good show. Dr. Tenny always comes on, always speaks his truth to power, however he interprets it. So we appreciate him, appreciate the work that he's doing in Liberia, that Liberian children will benefit from his school. Listen, every time a lawyer comes on any platform and I'm present, it hurts me when they don't speak truth to power. Because I know the stock I come from. My father was a well-learned lawyer, and that is one thing he wanted me to do. And all he tried to do was to impart some of that knowledge into me. So there are some things I know, and there are some things that I don't know. But when a lawyer comes on, I think it's important that they also respect other people and their role. No matter where we are Liberians first. And everybody have their own area of expertise. I cannot be an economist. That's Uncle Sam's role. I'm a nurse. That's my role. And so whatever role you find other people in, you have to be able to respect them and give them the due respect. I think the lawyer today was out of line. I think for him to even come and try to insinuate that people are doing some partisan politics, also spoke about who he is, a sedition, who's been there, who has had trouble himself with some things he's done wrong, but to come and ignore that and then point out to other people, I think that was just disheartening for me listening to him as a consummate daughter of law. And in the end, I will do law. That's where my heart is. But I think also it was a good show. I would say to the Supreme Court and to the Chief Justice herself, that some of the things that are happening, they are happening in a rush. Some of these things, I think that the judicial system need to look at them, take their time, so that the citizenry of Liberia understand some of these proceedings, so that we do not insinuate and we do not think these things are being done on a partisan level. It's important that that is done because they owe it to Liberians to do things correctly. In my little law that I know from my pa, the fact that no court has jurisdiction currently on Samuel Twe, and I'm saying it again, if Twe enters Liberia, I am of the opinion that they can arrest him. Because number one, the court did not have jurisdiction for the writ that he asked for to protect himself. If they had him, it's like, I have this, please protect me from these people doing this, that would happen. But just looking at it, there's no one that has jurisdiction on you. So that's why I'm thinking if it's done differently. I'm not a lawyer, but that's how I think. That's how I feel. This is based on my own interpretation. But it was a good show, and it's always good to come here and sacrifice our time for a better Liberia. We're here because we want a better Liberia for our country, no matter what. We will not be insightful. We'll encourage violence less, than we'll encourage that people can ask for redress on issues and not govern our strength to say go out there and protest. That's not why I'm here, and I don't think that's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Glendy. Thanks a lot. Paul Kennedy, let's do our closing.
Can I come back and do my closing?
Go ahead.
Thank you. As I was saying that, I really appreciated that's Dr. Tenny on the show today. I'm even more impressed that he used his own money to build a school in Liberia to strengthen the education system in Liberia, because we all know that it needs to be built up. I have a lot of questions, but when he does come back, I'm sure we will address, some of our concerns. I believe that his presence here today just kind of gave us an insight into the mentality of people, some people who joined this DC. Not everybody. He told us about the looters of national resources. I kind of got a good sense of that. He gave us how the scheme worked in the president's office, so that was very good. That was involving McGill, Twe, Samar Koli, and also Finabondo. He also told us, a little bit about how the murder situation happened in the country. I agree with Glendy. Councillor Barbara was very divisive here. We need all hands on deck for Liberia to be. You can't come start putting Liberians in America against Liberians in Liberia and expect Liberia to develop. You cannot do that. And you sound very sexist. You act like it's Trump. What Trump did to the court, he put all of his people who was in favor of abortion in the court. That's how come that case was overturned. And that's what is analogy to Liberia, because the court was stacked by the previous government to favor their cases. And that is what is happening in our country right now. I could go into it, but I have a limited time. I wanted to just say message to the seditions. Every time you get into a clash with the police, it looks bad for our country. It has the potential to decrease developers that are coming into the country. So when those politicians are calling you, say, come protest, come go into clash with the police, you tell them to send their families and their friends, and you stay behind. Do not follow them, okay? Because they don't mean well for you. Yes, we all want a democracy to be practiced in our country, but not at the expense of some people who don't want to obey the law. So having said that, stay tuned for the rest of the week. We'll be here providing more information to you. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, everyone. Let me start by thanking my colleagues who are panelists here. You sacrifice your time, well articulate. We don't know everything, but we use our common sense in most instances to provide the issues, deliberate on them for our people in Liberia to benefit. And I think this is a good thing for us, a good show, good platform, thanks to the management of Spoon. But I also like to thank the followers. They spend most of their time listening to us. They may not agree to everything we say, but this provides us a forum that is interactive for people to disagree and agree, which is a fundamental aspect of democracy. The court system has to be reformed. The entire court system, the government system in Liberia has to be reformed. And it really pains me when people sit down trying to compare anything government in Liberia to the United States. You don't do it that day and night, broad day and night. If Liberia here, Donald Trump will still be president today. Donald Trump is a corrupt person. The country would never re-elect him. But Liberian people keep on taking the bad example to say, what about Trump doing it? What about Trump doing it? We cannot do that to our country. Liberia deserves better. And I appreciate that the Joseph Boakai, President Boakai government is actually putting some things in place that will make people in political position to say, look, you can't do this and get away. So all of these prosecutory aspects, these court lawsuit are all practices of democracy that we all welcome. So I think our country is heading in a good direction, and we should be open-minded about it. It's not because you're now part of one party or you're part of one side, so you should just wish well or wish evil against people. Let the law take its course. My advice to the court is it should not have some prejudice. Let it try. I know there are resource constraints as far as human capital is concerned, material resources, but let them do their best to have a court issue in the law, to a case in the lower court and the Supreme Court putting prohibition on it. I'm not a lawyer, but I think that sounds funny. So there are a lot of things. Thanks to Dr. Tenny for his school. Many of us have contributed in every little way we can, and I think every Liberian love Liberia and they want to contribute. My sister Glennet, she want to be a lawyer, but she ate her school fee. They sent her to Rex. She went to be the Harry. They sent her to convent. She went to St. Mary's. What kind of woman is this? Then she talking about she want to be a lawyer.
Thank you.
That is a good show.
Thank you. Fatima?
Well, I would like to say thanks to the panelists and to all of our viewers across the globe for watching us and sending these comments every day. We're super excited all the time to hear from you, because you guys come and we all talk about our country. You're interacting with us, whether you're texting, whether you're saying anything. We just want to say thank you to all of our viewers. We come here every day and we listen, we talk about, we bring topics of benefits to our country. And some of us come here and we preach that, injustice is being done to them and they should go out, they should rise up. But if any of them stay in America and call you to go, you shouldn't go. Womama, you shouldn't go, because you know what happened? If anybody want to rise up, we all should go to Monrovia and rise up there. That's what we all will do. One thing my fellow panelists say here that I agree with: the prices of rice, the prices of commodities are high and people don't have money to pay. I do agree with that, because as you can see, these audits that are coming out, it showed that the whole country was looted. I'm like, they stolen. Everything was stolen. So if you see the country suffering, you see that there is no money, you see our president running around, Mapoya, please understand that there is no money in the country because the people looted the money. Now they see ECOWAS that they rejected the thing that ECOWAS told them to do for Justice Janet, that they refused to do today, that they see ECOWAS taking letter to. So my people, fool me once, George Bush said, you can end the quote. Fool me twice, I'm a what? Okay, so I would just like to also say that the Moore family, the Zizivili family, my grand aunt, my grandma, Mama Zizivili, will be put to rest this weekend. They will have a service here, but they will fly her back to Liberia on Friday evening. A service, she passed away. They will have a service that Yasa Moore, my playma, my Uncle Madison, Dede Moore, their mother passed away, and they will be having her funeral this weekend. Liberians, we come here to teach you, to educate you, to learn from each other about our country that we all love so dearly. Every day you see at the end of CEO's topic, he says, think Liberia, continue to love Liberia, and together we can all put our ideas, our brilliant ideas together and build our country. Thank you every day for keeping us honest. Thank you.
Fatima Bintu Salif, thank you. Paul Kennedy, thank you. Says Glendy, Dr. Richardson, as always. Before we go to my brother Mame, Uncle Sam, Asido, and Fadiga, let me do my closing. It was an honor again today for me to announce to everyone, yes, indeed, our country, the people of Liberia, make the right decision. The right decision at the right time. With the commitment from the President, His Excellency Joseph Yema Baraka, that brought up exactly what we always say: think Liberia, love Liberia, together let's build a new Liberia. Let me ask each and every one of you out there, whether sedition or whether you're from Unity Party, opposition, imposition, no position, once you're Liberian, do you think we can think Liberia, love Liberia, and build a new Liberia? Do you think we can do that under the condition that we find ourselves with the audit report, mismanagement of funds, and everything else that is in the news? Do you think Liberia can be the better place? That every entity and every ministry you enter in an audit report find huge amount of looting? Do you think Liberia can be changed? I want you to sit and ask yourself. There's a reason why President Baraka came up since 2017. All the way, he always said this. I met him 2017 during the election. I met his president. From Monrovia, we went to bombing to his farm. We ate, we talk. We went on Ralphie Highway. He broke ground. My relationship with Jose Imabwaka is not yesterday. No. But he always said, roll, and he said, think Liberia, love Liberia, together let's build a better Liberia. These things can only happen when we enforce the law of our country, when we bring about new ideas. It's not a wish hunt. And one thing the president will always say, let the Supreme Court decide. So it's up to the Supreme Court. Today, Natano Fallow might get ran to the Supreme Court. And I will say this, it's not a wish hunt. Musa Bedete said, let the law be the law. Samuel 12, it's not a wish hunt. I had an argument with some group of sedition today. I said, if the former chief of staff, Nathaniel Fallow McGill, said he's covered and protected by presidential immunity, then what about Brian Samka? I asked this question today because I know it would be the argument people will be making. I'm not a lawyer. And that's why he went to the Supreme Court. And thank God that Senator McGill went to the Supreme Court. But if Senator McGill argument that he's protected under George Manawia, the immunity under with a George Manawia possessed, then why was Samuka prosecuted? Why they brought Samuka to the court? Why they beat on him? Why they took away when he won as senator for Lofa County? And my answer was, Samuka's position was different from the chief of staff position. That's the answer they gave me. Some of you guys can read and do research. Give Nathaniel McGill the chance and let the Supreme Court decide. But we cannot say that LCC coming after Nathaniel McGill is a wish hunt. No. We cannot say today on the show that it was wrong for him to go to the Supreme Court. No. But what I can say, can somebody help me understand better what different the Ministry of Defense, how, when you say it's different from being the chief of staff, when you guys were executing the command of the president, let Samuka say, Madam Serif instructed me. My guest saying, I was instructed, but George, where? How can you say no? It's a two different things, folks. Judge Bese gave his opinion in the Samuka case. You want to read it? Please read it for me, please. Please read it. Listen, people say, Miguel, that's Stanton friend. Yeah, Samuka is my friend. Miguel is my friend. Everybody that's Stanton friend. But let the law be the law. If you say you are covered by presidential immunity, then you, Nathaniel Fallow McGill, you was the chief of staff that went after Samuka as per the law. The same president that's saying today, George Manawia saying, yes, McGill is covered. But George Manawia went after Samuka and said the law got to be the law. Can somebody help us understand this?
Can I read a short portion as part of your time?
Please read. I know people will get mad with me, but let the law be the law, man.
So here's what the judge said, quote, this court says the Minister of Defense in the instance has an option. If he realized that an alleged order given to him by the ex-president Ellen Johnson Sirleaf to misuse the EFL pension fund was illegal, his option was to have advised or caused the Minister of Justice to advise the president. If the president insists on the implementation of the legal order, the minister has the option to disobey the president and honorably resign his position with integrity. This is what men of conscience and patriot do, because to do otherwise, as did in the instant case, was an abuse of his oath of office in which he pledged to protect and defend.
Thank you very much.
Guilty.
And who wrote that opinion? Who wrote that?
The Supreme Court, the Republic of Liberia.
So here we are, folks. This president, Jose Yema Boaka, promised the Liberian people to change that which is normal in our country. This president, Jose Yema Boaka, promised the Liberian people that folks will be held accountable for what they did. These are allegations. Senator Miguel is not guilty. Senator is not guilty. These are allegations. But my question to you, my fellow Liberians, if the Senator Nathaniel Fallow Miguel, who is my own friend, like people will say, is believing that the principle that he should be protected under the presidential immunity, why couldn't he give the same thing to Brian Samka? He had the power to advise George Manawia. He had the power to say, Mr. President, as your chief of staff, I think we shouldn't prosecute Samka. What would be the explanation of Nathaniel Fallow Miguel? That's only one instant. Now let's go to the Constitution. And Serena Cephas is so good at this. Where will his findings be? That Nathaniel Fallow Miguel should be set free because he was covered. How did Nathaniel Fallow Miguel put his hand up and take the oath of office, Mame? When George Manawia said, I do solemnly swear to uphold, was he doing it for Nathaniel Fallow Miguel or any of his ministers?
Did it for himself.
Is there anything in the Constitution to say, I will do this and all my ministers and directors are covered if I instruct them? Come after me. Will it be a good thing that George Manawia take that bullet from Miguel today and say, I instructed him? Is that what CDC want them to do? That he should take the bullet for everybody? I instructed Samuel Paul Kennedy to take $6.2 million. I instructed Nathaniel Fallow Miguel for paddling. I instructed Samora Wodokoli to build all the mansion and take 10%. I instructed all these people. Is that what Joe Malawi are coming to do? Folks, that's my own. And I hope you can understand me. The decision of the president, I respect. I do. And I think the fight against corruption is championed by this president. And I think he will do everything he can and every power vested in him to change the status quo. Take it or leave it. They will run to the Supreme Court. That's a good decision for them to do. But President Joseph Yema Boaka, what he promised the Liberian people is what he will give them. I said thanks to Dr. Tenny for showing up today, a beautiful school. I hope that he can do everything. Thanks to 75,000 Liberians home and abroad that watch this show. Go on our page, 75,000 plus. Follow us today and they'll continue to follow us. That's victory for the Liberian people. Thanks to all the 75,000 people that join us today. I like to say the LDA issue, we'll discuss it again. I like to say the property for CDC. I didn't know that this property, there was a judgment made in favor of the other family, not Bernard.
Don't take my
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to leave that.
Yeah.
And I also like to announce on the show that Gloria Muslim Scout ruling is scheduled for Wednesday. Probably they will sell home or whatever the ruling may be, folks. Keep posted. That ruling is scheduled for Wednesday. I also like to say the legislature will call back. The letter was written by His Excellency Jose Yema Boaka. I think that's a smart thing. Bring them back. They got a lot of stuff to do. His Excellency Jose Yema Boaka Sr. issued proclamation for special session of the legislature. They call him back. They say, you'll come back. A lot of stuff happening. You'll come back. So they will be coming back starting the 29th of this month, up to the 19th. So they will call back. We'll ask whether they will get paid. Of course, they will get paid. Finally, I'd like to say, I do believe that if Senator returned to the country, he will not be arrested. Nobody is above the law, but the law remains. When the Supreme Court speaks, it's final. If you ever follow the decision of the Supreme Court, the stay order is there till the 4th of September. Senator come to the country, not Gregory Coma, not the immigration, not NSA, not anybody. We arrest him. Till the 4th of September, they will have to appear before the Supreme Court as per the Supreme Court writ of prohibition. Make no mistake, like get all of our feeding. They will not arrest him because the Supreme Court says stay order. Okay? And the thing about the Supreme Court, I'm going to leave it for now because I think we need to speak more about it. Ladies and gentlemen, from me to you, I appreciate you. A beautiful show. Thank you for joining us. Come back again tomorrow. Let's talk Liberia. Let's love Liberia. Under President Joseph Yman Boakai, it will not be easy, but we built a better Liberia. We will change
everybody going.
And we'll make this thing. Remember, I can pick people not to interrupt you, but you can interrupt me. I leave it there. When I call my president name, you say no, I shouldn't talk. I'll leave it there. But I'll put a picture up to burn your house more. There you have it. Thank you.
Close now.
Yeah, closing. Can you include the idea that the president does not have an open immunity? Immunity is only immunity in the best interest of Liberians. Can you do that? Because it seems like people just think that he has this.
Well, everybody can Joe Webb, but this is what I would say from former President Joe Webb. He will not take bullet for everybody. Let me bring you in, Mambe. Uncle Stan, Akido, and Fadiga will go last.
The Supreme
We need to check that picture.
What picture?
The photo shoot picture you put here.
Oh, thank you very much. That's why America gonna beat you. He will beat you again. Go ahead, Mambe.
The judges, the 3 branches of government have now experienced equal expression of consciousness from the Liberian society. We have been aware and holding the executive accountable. We demand accountability for the executive. We insist that the legislature have experienced a little bit. Itself too have not been experiencing the level of the demand for accountability we do with the executive. We see in the executive, ministers will buy a car and before they leave, they will have to go and pay for it to government. In the legislature, they change the name so that when they go in, they can carry. Minister in the executive will go and use the furniture that are there. They buy it, government buy it through the procurement. In the legislature, they take the money and give it to the lawmakers to go buy a furniture. Even though it is small, though, but it's wrong. You can see that some of the furniture they're using is far more than the money they give them, but it's wrong. But nobody asking them. You conduct audit on the executive, they respond to audit findings. Findings by findings. They conduct their audit on the Senate, the president only wrote 1 letter. She refused to address the findings in the audit. She just wrote 1 letter. So there has been this disproportionate attention on the 3 branches of government. The judiciary is the worst. I think it is about time that we rise up to the consciousness and the patriotism of the judicial branch of government. It has to be accountable. If you see the audit report on that Supreme Court, you come to the realization that we all just dropped the ball on them. And that's the reason why they just felt they could do anything they want to do. But this is the moment that it has to be corrected. On March 28th, Gracious Ra filed a complaint. 4 days later, the Supreme Court ruled. They see Gracious Ra down because the case down in their favor. In June, as a prohibition on asset recovery. Going in September, no ruling. Because they know the ruling will be in favor of asset recovery. It's wrong. It's unacceptable. I wanted to make that clear. And there is this thing about the CDC headquarters that we need to see it right now, not later. Right now. Because they will want to spin it to their people that, oh, The government running behind all they want to our party headquarters from us. Unfortunately, Stanton gone, but we'll pull it up. In 2016, the Supreme Court ruled. Who was the justice? Siane Yo, the current Chief Justice, ruled in 2016 that the property did not belong to Bernard. That is the Supreme Court ruling. No other ruling beside the Supreme Court. They ruled that the property belonged to Ibrahim Dempster and not Bernard in 2016, and ordered the CDC to make payment to Dempster. 2017, we are one. 2018, he became president. It goes to sedition to your consciousness. He could not secure the headquarters for his party. From 2017, 2018, to 19 to 2023 until he left power, he could not secure the headquarters for seditions. There are credible reports that Dempster even offered to sell. They did not do it. Today, they drove Dempster out. Dempster is coming back now to enforce the Supreme Court ruling that Siane Yo and the Supreme Court in 2016 issued in his favor. So when Dempster come back now to enforce a ruling, they will say, oh, the government wanted CDC property. But that was an option for 6 years to buy the property from Dempster. You did not do it. You built all your horses. You bought all your cars. You supported your family. You used government resources to build hope for children, for your wife. But you could not secure the property for seditions. It is likely that Dempster will sell his property or repossess his property as per the Supreme Court ruling in 2016. Think about it. It has never been about you. It has been about we are and the few people around we are, and you are being used always as a political commodity to satisfy them. Uncle Sam, it's your time.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Okay, I see the comments that I'm cool and quiet today. I'm cool and quiet because I had a great weekend. I want to be like serene, you know. I don't want any wahala. I had a beautiful weekend, so I'm allowed to be cool and serene. So if you find that offsetting, that's your business. I don't want to be yelling and hyperventilating over Liberia every single day of my life. You think I want to do that every day? You think I want to be yelling and screaming and people, making all kinds of remarks against me, my wife, my education, my this, my that? Sometimes you get tired of that. So you just relax and watch them. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I had a good weekend and I had time to think. When you start to think and you start to internalize things, you come to some conclusions. And the conclusions that I've come to is the hypocrisy that I want to talk to you about tonight. You know, when these Christian Cole coming from the palatial gates of heaven, coming on the platform and other platforms and chat rooms and to talk about the enormity of the corruption within the government, I laugh. I laugh because I know about the other reports of 12 years. And they will say, well, but why we didn't go after it? That's a talk for another matter. But ladies and gentlemen, other reports from 12 years demonstrated that hundreds of millions of dollars were looted from these shows called Liberia. The current account deficit in the last year of the Unity Party administration, the monies they took out of this country, hundreds of millions of dollars. The PUP scandal, they gave out 30% of the land mass of Liberia. And Global Witness came out with our report President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, she's alive. She called me one morning. She was panicking because Global Witness had come up with a report, and she wanted somebody to go ahead and check the veracity. Ellen used me to check the veracity of things. In 2009, I want you to go to the annual message, and John Molu is alive. The county development funds, they have squandered all the county development funds, and it came on John Molu report. And Ellen Johnson said he wanted to know whether it was true. So I was sent out. I think 64 districts at that time in the 15 counties. And I discovered that 66% of all the projects were either abandoned or never started. My librarian, for y'all listen to me, they put that acting like it's so good and it's so cool. Just like back then. Just like back then. The county development report was presented to Ellen. You can go Google that. The PUP report, I wrote to Ellen, and she constituted the Double Jala committee. Double Jala still living. He's LRA commissioner. The Double Jala committee proceeded to prosecute. There were so many corrupt activities of those 12 years. The same court system that they're talking about today that is rotting, the same court system vindicated some of their own people. Some of their own people. Allah, Mama shaking your head.
No, you're
the
not
same
like
court
that.
system. Okay.
That's how we need to correct it now.
So when they come in here and they're pretending that they are people of virtue, that they're people with wings that are flying. No, these are devils incarnate. They wrecked the economy of this country. $17 billion projected. They lied about it. Big Boy 1, Big Boy 2, and the Joya people have not obstructed anyone from being arrested. But if you can remember, Amos Tware, the current LPRC, when he was youth leader, they went to Vanish Amaha and he came and lied about it on the scene show here. He lied about it, that he never obstructed. And we put up the front page article that he and Wilma Pay, the current Minister of Lands and Mines, they obstructed it. These are not angels, my Liberian people. And I'm not saying my friends are angels either. But to come and pretend that Liberia is in the bottomless pit today because Joya came to power. And these revelations are coming up. These are simple revelations that could have come up in any government over the last 177 years. 177 years. That's why you are the 8th poorest country on the planet because of the corruption. The 12 years that they had with billions of dollars of OECD funding came to the country, 17,000 armed troops supporting something in economic called aggregate demand. All the money that was being spent here for 12 years came from Omil. That was Omil that was fixing the roads, and all the roads were good from here straight to Harper. Because I went there, I went to Sando. These people, they under vendetta. What? Ask yourself, and I will close on this.
Thank you.
That's how I will close on this, please. Give me for 5 seconds. What have they done today to put food in your stomach, to give your children good education, and to prove that they came to rescue Liberia? Ask yourself that. That's all I want to ask you. Okay. On this 26th day of August, ask yourself, what have they done in the 7 months that they've been in power that have changed your life so considerably that you can say, hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah.
Thank you very much, Uncle Sam. I'm kind of confused real quick before Asido come in. I know we're going to Asido. Asido, I got to make the announcement real quick. At one time, Uncle Sam said he never worked in Madam Salif government. At one time, Uncle Sam said he never served since Charlie Quintan. He was 17 years old when he left. That's Uncle Sam history. I'm not going to beat on it. Today, Uncle Sam gave us a revelation that he worked in Madam City government, with a consultant, whatever the case may be, with my ass double jada, labyrinth. Let me just remind you, this is the Uncle Sam.
Stop that.
No, you finish.
No, you stop it.
No, you finish. No.
Baloney.
Uncle Sam, no. Uncle Sam, we will come back to you. Uncle Sam will come back to you. Uncle Sam will come back to you. You cannot have it both ways. When the bird is brown, it's brown. When the bird is white, it's white. Uncle Sam,
I told you about the two ways. The two ways.
Let me just finish.
I told you about the two ways.
Uncle Sam, let me finish. Uncle Sam, let me finish. Uncle Sam, you the other there. We will show you respect when I finish. Let me throw my question. Uncle Sam, Uncle Sam, let me finish. Uncle Sam, we got another option. Ladies and gentlemen, you cannot have it both ways. This is you cannot have it both ways. You either in or you out. You either out or you in. You either serving the devil or you serving God. A double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. I will say to you before I go to ask the door. You said you are never work in government. Now let me ask you again.
Yes, never did.
Uncle Sam, let me ask you.
Since 2000 years, yeah.
Uncle Sam, were you paid for everything you did under Madam Sally? Yes, you were paid. Did the money come from charity? No. Was it a rock money? No. What did my brother Fadika say? Was it a monopoly money? No. It was the money earned through the government of Liberia that you were paid. Who said this to you? You cannot have it both ways.
A consultant is not an employee. No way.
Uncle Sam. I think you want us to give your
independent contractor. You are an independent contractor, Stanton. You cannot go that way tonight. I was an independent contractor, a knowledge expert.
Let me go again to ask you. You want us to review of the status quo? Ladies and gentlemen, I feel Uncle Sam on that one. I feel killing him on that one. Let me move again.
You're killing yourself because you don't know the distinction between
Uncle Sam.
Independent consultant and an employee.
That's the other issue with Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam said, and we all agree, that 12 years you beat on the Unity Party. But when you had an opportunity to investigate, you had an opportunity to persecute. You had an opportunity. You didn't do a damn thing.
That's a talk for another day. I agree with that.
Because the issue here, you wanted to double down. And you double down. But here comes Joseph. Here come the children, the men that you castigate, the men that you persecuted, the men that you were witch hunting. Joseph Yeman Bwaka, he went into Egypt. He forgave his brothers. And he prepared a way for the children of Israel to be brought out of Egypt. I will say this to you, Uncle Sam. What is happening now, you never expected.
More than anybody on this channel.
And Joseph Braga is doing that which he promised the Liberian people. You cannot say it's a witch hunt. I'm going to leave it there because you know what? It's about time that the Liberian people look at the future and see, yes, there's hope for the hopeless. This new day, and that new day of this leadership, Joseph Braga will exercise the promises. So, I said, come on, Isaac. Come on, Isaac. Come on, Isaac.
The counter will not work. The counter will not work, Stanton.
1 minute I work for government, the next minute I work for government. You were still on your side. I said, don't go
independent contractor, you should know it's not an employee.
Two ways. I told you about the 2 ways.
So, Unity Party was in government for 12 years. 12 years. After 12 years, they were chased out of their party headquarters more than 2 times. I was working on a property for Stanton Waterspoon to buy one of Unity Party's party headquarters. After 12 years, they chased them out. 12 years. So let's talk serious thing that serious people are supposed to focus on.
Take my name for that nonsense. Please. Take my name. No.
Let me
tell your thing, please. Do not receive message from other people to put my name inside. I can talk about the Unity Party headquarters.
Let me continue. Let me continue.
You never have to beg the Liberal National Police to carry sheriff there and say, you take them from there.
Let me continue.
We were talking about the CDC headquarters.
Let me
continue. We know the reason why the judge ready for the judge to police. That's what
the judge is a friend. The judge is a friend for their lives.
So again, United Party says many I beg you give my time. United Party was booted out of their offices 2 times. Despite serving 12 years. And Stanton was in the process of buying one of their property. And I was running after that. So when we talk about serious thing, let's come to serious business as our country. Serious business. Gone are the days, the President Bouakai days, when disagreements resulted in going into the bush and breaking arms for our people. Today, Nathaniel Magio can seek the court. Kudos. Kudos. If we were to roll back the tape when President Bouakai was in the Lofa Defense Force and all those things, we will be in the bushes today. We are no longer going in the bushes. We are seeking the court. Kudos. That's a good thing. You know, I wanted to appreciate the Supreme Court for bringing back sanity, at least a little bit, for making Liberia to be a place with sense. At least being an adult in the room. Thank you. And I wanted to quickly go over this. You know, how many times have you not heard people saying, oh, they stole all the money that worked today, the country that died, they're paying, they stole all the money. But my people, Liberia operates on a balanced budget yearly. If President Bouakai cannot pay civil servants today, it is not because of the money he didn't meet from last year. Last year money went to last year expenditure. If President Bouakai would not be able to pay civil servants tomorrow or next year, it is not because this year the money was not sitting in the banks. Liberia money is not sitting in anything. You have to raise revenue per year to spend the revenue per year. That's what the balanced budget is. So let's assume that United Party stole over 2 billion. The 12 years they ruled. That is not the reason why UP cannot pay today. Because that time, the money was used for the year in which it was raised. It is only because of incompetence you see people finding excuses. The only reason you cannot pay no roads, you're doing no project that because they stole money last year money went for last year's things. I'm not saying you can't say people stole money, but that cannot be the justification why today you are not helping the country. I don't like to use words on people, but it is laughable when these are the arguments. You can argue that, oh, they're supposed to have built 3 latrines last year, they didn't build it because of corruption, fine. But to say the reason why you're not building latrines today is because of last year, it's just laughable. Last year money went to last year's expenses. So let the government get to work, raise revenue to fund their projects. Stop all of these yama excuses when you are showing yourself how inept you are. And the other thing again, they can say, oh, no matter what, we do audit. What audit get to do, my people, since you've been living? When the last time you saw audit going to somebody's house? How? When audit started carrying police to party headquarters, or the way you get to do an office? So when people auditing, it means you can see people in your house, like, what audit get to do with it? So these are all, Stanton can say pedestrian arguments, things that are like K1 people just causing noise. What audit get to do with going to party headquarters? And I won't go down again quickly. My people, I am not in the argument as to if Senator McGill get immunity or not, but the McGill's case and the Samuka case are so different. Samuka's office cannot be spoken of in terms of any immunity because he was Minister of Defense. McGill's office was the president's office. The president's office is where people talk about immunity. I don't know if he has one, if he doesn't. That's not my argument. But The Minister of Defense office that is not within the President's office cannot be spoken of in terms of immunity. It is the Ministry of State that hosts the President's office. That's why they are making this argument. As to if it is right or no, the Supreme Court will say. But to come and argue, say, why that man, no, it's two different. The President office is one and the Army People office is another one. It's different. And I want to go again. You know, I have my little points here. Yesterday, I was very shocked. Yeah. We saw the distinction between the unhinged Unity Party, who believe that they are meaning God, that no one can tell them anything. Yesterday, we had an official of government on the show showing the greatest level of arrogance because somebody called him Baghdad boy.
But man, let's see what our conversation today, man. You always go contrary. We're done with that. You know the thing is that you want to follow in. This is the same talking point. This is the
same. Minister of no information.
So before we bring you in, Fadiga, I will beg you that will happen. No. We move on to our. If you want to face it, information minister.
Hold on, let me end now.
No. We're not in the registry and say this, that. You're not coming to settle score yet.
Yes,
please.
let me end now.
No. We will not allow you to settle it down. No, don't enter today. Yeah. Don't enter today. Don't enter today. I said don't enter today. I beg you, don't enter today.
This shows the character of the Unity Party.
Yeah.
The amount of people.
He's still talking. Or the man still talking. We say he shouldn't end. He's still talking. You know what? Let me announce it. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't worry. This asset though, he got a new job. He will go to work from 9 o'clock to 6 o'clock. So most of the time, you will not see you on the show. I'm serious. Asset though get a new job. Most often, you either come late or you will not see you on the show. So you don't have to worry no more. We gotta go back all the time.
Yeah, my last one. And then the other two people gotta close so we can go. We have to people still having close.
Fadiga, you want to come in?
Let me go.
10 seconds now. You can be doing this to me.
Nancy, you will give people nothing to know.
Don't go to the story yesterday. We finished with yesterday.
10 seconds, we passed. Okay, 10 seconds. 10 seconds, please. And so I wanted to end. Start on the message went across. So I wanted to end here. I wanted to say this. My fellow Liberians, 10 seconds, especially United Party partisans. Think about this. I have a question for you. What has changed in your life today that was not there last year?
I can name it.
The only thing.
One of the main things that have changed in the life today. Let me name it. Ask the question.
The only thing United Party should do is every day they should come and sway your mind. Look at your life and look at the lives of Unity Party big shots. Look at Mo Ali. Has a life changed?
Mo Ali, are you there?
Yeah. Has a life changed?
Mo Ali, the man calling me.
Mo Ali coming for you. Mo Ali coming for you.
God, man.
Mo Ali coming for you.
You guys are so unhinged, man.
Mo Ali, can you come in right quick and Fadiga will be last? The man just called your name.
Fatima, you close yourself.
Fatima, not close.
I'm going because you're fair.
Fatima, not close. Fatima, not close. Listen, more than what you're telling them, man, he's gone.
Let me go. People listening. Baba Ungusen, two ways.
A consultant is not an employee.
You know that.
You are not a friend of the
Is
truth.
that an
If
employee?
you are insulting me, you are not a friend of the truth. Go take it out of the water.
I mean, consultant.
Interrupting more.
Yeah, Ari go.
They intentionally interrupting Mohari.
But when Mohari coming to here? When he coming to talk?
The inco who again more.
Fadiga, go ahead. Because of that ball. Then we can run away.
Bring it up. Fadiga, can you hold us so we can go?
If we gave you for now to tomorrow, you will not thought nothing with sense.
Nothing.
If you having this juvenile argument that because the budget year has passed, so that means nothing that affected us last year will affect us this year, and government is continuing there. I don't even know what do you even honestly the basic concept of government. There are so many things that you guys did that will affect the next generation to come. There's so many depth that we are in now that we have to be. I even won't go there. Just no kind of argument you can only say at the party headquarters, but you cannot say it yet. Look, I will say this: in 2021, December, the Unity Party, there was a ruling against the Unity Party, and they graciously left the party headquarters and moved up Broad Street. No noise. Judicial were running around here laughing. Oh, you guys were in power for 6 years. You can't even afford a own headquarters. But Councillor Gonglo said something in yesterday, I think it was today the 26th. He said something that there needs to be a constitutional reform. And that reform is to review that presidential immunity. It seems like these guys have found a loophole that all the dirty laundry, they will put it under the president's government, believing that it will exonerate them from alleged crime that was committed. But we have a precedent. For people to believe that the Browning Samuka case is different when these two people is different from that of former Minister McGill or Senator McGill and those other ministers, it's just another naive, way of thinking. They both serve at the will and pleasure of the president, and if a crime was committed, they will be held accountable. But I will end on this, and I will say this to the Unity Party Alliance and those that support this administration. We need to pay attention. When you come here and listen to Asido inciting violence, it's no joke. These guys are serious. These individuals tasted power, and never did they believe that they would have not been in power today. They thought that this was an eternity. When they opened up their eyes the next morning, everything that they envisioned, the looting of the country, they thought it was going to be to eternity. We took that away from them. They are not happy with it. They will not stop until they cause serious chaos in this country. There's a growing threat of instability by people in leadership of the CDC and even some of the partisans. They should not be overlooked. Every time I listen to them, you'll hear those dog whistles of violence. Every time you listen to former president, we have heard him twice. When this man was president, we barely hear him speak. But for the first few times that we have heard this president address his people, even when he did that press conference or in a letter, there were a lot of things there that had some really, really dark undertone. Moment read a paragraph. I hope to read one paragraph for that before we leave from here. They said a lot of things that if you read the letter, they are simply telling us that for the next 6 years, they're going to do everything to sabotage this government. They're going to do everything to cause chaos in this country. And if we do not put our foot down, this country could degenerate into something else that we do not want. When I say come here, we'll put you there, we'll put people in the street. Every time. In a letter, he said, let me read this passage of the letter. He said, President Boyka and his team must be under the illusion that they have such an overwhelming mandate to lead at their whims and wishes. This notion is a terrible mistake, as true power rests in the people and not in the government. Then I will skip over that. Then they say one thing again. They say all vested stakeholders with knowledge of Liberia's situation have lamented how deeply divided the country remains. And this is the thing that these guys have been peddling for the last couple of months. They keep citing the margin in the election and using that as a yardstick to delegitimize President Boyka. A lot of them on the platform cannot even mention President Boyka's name as president. They cannot even stomach it. And that is across the board if you listen to the leadership within the CDC. That is the first step of people that want to bring extreme chaos in this country. And that is a clever attempt to say that this president is not a legitimate. He doesn't have a clear mandate. So that means we want to run a parallel government. There can be only one president at a time. And that president now is President Joseph Yuma Boyka. And based on my experience, there would more likely be an escalation of the rhetorics. We see more action. We see more civil disobedience. We see more attack on the police. And we should brace ourselves. For the next 6 years, this is going to happen.
June 7 never happened, Fadiga. June 7 never happened.
Thank you. Fadiga, we say a lot of them on the platform.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Let me say my last word.
Listen, guys.
When you say a lot of them on this platform,
Fadiga, go ahead. We got to go now.
Fadiga, when you say a lot of them on this platform, what do you mean, please?
Okay.
I said Joe and Samuel Jackson.
Oh, Kennedy, stop by. Let it man flow. Man. Everybody hear the man. That move. Go ahead.
Let me say this.
Finish up.
I will say this. To you young seditionists, look, let me tell you something. Whenever instability comes in a country, the people that already got money don't suffer. Only you suffer more. If you are suffering now, you suffer more. So to keep following people that you did not benefit for the last 6 years is sad, but that is the zombies that the CDC created. They created these children rather than sending them to school and educating them. They turn them into a zombie for the cause. They feed them with drugs. They feed them, introduce them to an unorthodox lifestyle. And now these children do not know any other way of living in this country. They have become zombie for the cause. I will tell you, this administration needs to look at those children and pay attention to them because I see a potential for chaos. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Fadiga. Let me say this to all of you that followed. Thank you very much. It was a great show. We appreciate you. I will say to all Liberians listening to us home and abroad, don't forget, Liberia would never return to the dark past. People can blow home, people can cry, people can do this. With God above, Liberia would never, ever.
They can back.
They can say anything they want to say. They can threaten, they can do what? We will not go back. I will say this. It's okay. If anybody planning any which way to sit on the show tonight and see Uncle Sam Jackson, 71 or 75-year-old man, trying to instigate violence in our country, just to defend a political cause, it should be shame on him. He has children, he has grandchildren, he has great-grand, he has double great-grand, and there will be no way we will buy into that. Liberia will never ever return to the dark days. Listen, you are
not even helping the people.
There will be no way. There will be no way. There will be no way. All you need to do is to wait. If you want to protest, it's your right to protest.
Yeah, we should rise up like the executive.
All you need to do is to wait for your appointed time and ask the people to vote for you again. But if you think you can use this tactic to bring in violence and bring in demonstration and think you will win, Liberia is not going back to those dark age.
People will not come in and
Our
make it.
people can be poor. Our people can be illiterate. Our people can be poor. Our people can be illiterate. Our people can be gullible. But you know what? Our people are not stupid to go back another 14, 16 years of civil war.
They were not happy.
With God above, you can talk about the social issue, you can talk about the policy, but nobody in the right mind. The asset that's speaking. He's here in America. Uncle Sam that's speaking. He get his passport to go to South Africa or to come back to America. Show me people that would tell you, say, take the street. You know what? They get the passport with them. They get the visa with them. They get the citizenship with them. It is important we will not go back to those dark age.
We're not.
We will speak against the things that should happen in the country, but we will be very, very disciplined. Yes. There will be no guns, there will be no bullets. If anybody think they can threaten the peace of our country, we ask them, call ECOWAS 100 times. Let ECOWAS intervene. But the like of Asado, the like of Uncle Sam Jackson, the like of them and them alone, to come on the show and say it is okay that we should go back 14 years of dark age. No, you had an opportunity to prosecute 12 years of Madam Salim. You choose not to. You had an opportunity to bring, to book those people you said stole under 12 years. But here comes Jose Yiman Bwaka. And I can say this to you, my fellow Liberian. Say what you want to say. This president, this government, would do that which is right according to the law and the Constitution and the power vested in him to uphold our country, to bring about a better and a new Liberia. Make no mistake, anyone around this president trying to do Didiba, we will expose them. Whether you're from Unity Party or you're not from Unity Party, you work in this government, we will expose you. But we trust the leadership of Jose Yiman Bwaka that was in Liberia, love Liberia, and together, let's build a new Liberia. Talk your Tabata.
You are not helping President Bwaka.
Thank you very much, Asado. Asado got a new job, and we can guarantee each and every one, his job will not permit him to be coming out every day. He go to work 10 o'clock, and he leave from there 7 p.m. So let me announce it now. If you don't see Asado, you don't say that me kicking Asado up. He got a new job with the bank. He goes to work and he leaves 7 p.m.
I say, man, when we bringing one from the job, you get your brother.
Man, say what? Man, do you have any bank in America that opens up to 7 o'clock? So it should take that.
No, the bank closes, but you gotta be behind China.
No. I don't know what that
the man will put his whole job business outside.
You go to work 9 to 5, behind China, you're there working till 8. So
there would be no way. Asado get a new job. If you just don't see him on the show, you don't say I don't want kicking up. Let me be very clear. His job cannot. You see, Asado since last week he started orientation.
Yeah.
You see that he don't come on the show 4 o'clock no more. You will come on the show 5:30, 6 o'clock. Because you need to understand. Asado told you at CDC. He says, CDC, I want to be on Spoon Talk. The only thing I asked the president and the rest of them to do for me, give me $4,000 a month. I will not work. I will come on Spoon Talk. CDC told Asado, said, no, we got money for you. They said, we cannot help you. So the Asado had to find a job. Listen, I don't like to swear. God is above. I'm not lying. All right? And the reason why you see Asado he got to survive. His children going to school. The boy is in America 6 years. He's paying Liberia. My sister Annie is well. That's my own sister. I love her to death. She been trying. Asado came back. They get poor for down. The woman poor for down. She said, you got to stay. You cannot go back to that country. And that's why you see Asado, he got a new job. He working with Wells Fargo. I will call the bank name. He's not a teller. He working in the country. Asado will be serving as the second VP. So you will not see Asado on the show. And I don't want Sedition to say I kick Asado out. No. Asado went into agreement. He spoke to the people. He said, you'll give me $4,000.
No, begin.
Okay?
Sorry.
He said $4,000 going to agree. I will come only on spoon to talk.
Take care of your family, my man.
CDC, the entire CDC told the man, say, we get money. He went to Fonanti Kofa, Thomas Fala, President Weah, and everybody else. They said they didn't get money. So they don't have to find a job. And I don't blame him, Conor Gray. I really don't blame him. I love Acid Doe to death. That's my brother. That's my friend. But he got to take care of his family. In America, you must take care of your family. You must hustle.
Yeah.
And he's a well-educated man.
The hustle is real.
The hustle is real. Acid Doe will be making $76,000 annually. $76,000. Second VP to that branch in that area. I'm saying that because I know when he was looking for the job, we were reading the information.
You put in the whole business outside.
No, I don't let Acid Doe get on the show and be talking. Citizen refused to give him money to talk, so therefore the man got a fine job now.
Wells Fargo will not pay you that much.
Huh?
Wells Fargo will not pay you that much for a video.
Trust me,
they won't pay you that much.
How much I paid 10 years ago?
Wells Fargo is a commercial bank. They won't pay.
What's up? Acid Doe position is second. Conor Gray, listen. Acid Doe position is second vice president.
It's just a branch. It's a branch.
Branch vice president.
It's a branch. It's a
Conor Gray, your internet skipping because you can answer. We're talking about document. We have
Wells Fargo will not pay that much.
There's somebody behind you. Can you adjust your camera?
I gotta go.
Yeah, we saw someone now, yellow person behind you.
No.
We saw something like yellow person behind you.
Wells Fargo will not pay that much.
Yellow person, that's my wife. You talk about yellow.
I didn't see the face. I said yellow person. Are you home?
Come on, wait.
Don't blame me. I'm trying to tell you that we saw somebody behind you.
Bye. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Let me just say this before I leave. Yeah, let me say this. My internet skipping, but let me say.
I can hear you, Conor Gray. Your internet skipping. I really can hear you. If you can hear us, I'm not hearing you, brother. I hope you can come back. Go Acid Doe. I hope Conor Gray can go out and come back in. He came late. Man, it's good having you, man. Your internet skipping too, brother Doe.
Conor Gray didn't pay internet bill.
Then the man say West Fargo that pay 150. TD Bank. I know somebody that TD Bank pay 170,000 a year.
3,000. They make it you know everything when you know nothing.
I know somebody working right in the IT. How they call this thing? Project management, right? Yeah. At TD Bank, 130,000.
Oh yeah.
I know somebody making 130,000. So I know that when you're serving as second vice president, that easy money, 76,000 say it's a startup, you know. But again, it was a good show, bro. Nelson, thank you very much, man. I know you got to start your show. Nelson, again, thank God that God saved you. I heard that you had an accident. Be careful, stay home if you're not doing anything. You know, stop looking for other activities. And, you know, drive safely. Your life depends on it, Nelson. But again, thank God that God saved you from that accident. You know, I'm happy that Acid will get a new job now, so he will not be coming on the show like before.
Oh, Nelson, not buying you. I get job while I'm home.
Look at that. Look at that.
I ain't got no job. That where he name when Fadiga collect small things in Liberia, in your postman they're gonna send to me. When Fadiga go from office to office and collect it.
Yeah, man. Wow. Let's tell you, y'all. Yeah.
Start up. Nobody listening. Why are you guys so irritated about this Baghdad thing? What is in Baghdad?
So you finished?
Nobody listening to us. Only us we're talking secret right now.
Yeah, you finished?
So the people were calling Baghdad around.
But you asked a question that way, let me answer. You finished? And you asked me a question? Ask it.
No, I want for Nelson to answer. Nelson, please answer me.
No, Nelson will not answer. Nelson wasn't on the show. So let me answer you. I think sometimes your sedition, you can miss your opportunity to speak truth to power because you're getting to your feelings. Some of you guys. Your brother Kev Hassan have a great opportunity to appear on Spoon Talk and discuss the issue and ask questions. But he decided to ask pedestrian question and to make condescending statement. And I think it's wrong. I'm glad that you asked me this question. You said, I'm going to hear my say it. The best thing we can do, we get all of our feelings, whether CDC or Unity Party come on the show, we ask them those hard questions and let them hold them on the record with the answer. That was a disrespect to Minister Jeremy Pierre. You cannot look at a well-learned, educated man like Minister Jeremy Pierre and call him back that ball. It didn't help you. You achieved nothing. Jeremy is not somebody that get under his feelings. He's a fighter. He can fight. So if you call him name here and there, well, it's up to you. It just shows sometimes I don't want to say this, but I think at some point it shows your limitation. If you can just call people name and leave the conversation on the show. So that's what I don't want us to do. I want us to come and Asido is the guest, and I ask Asido question in line with the things that happen in the country. But not call my good friend Asido, calling names and trying to score points. You sit there, but my president, I will attack you. I will call you names. Those things is childish. Those things are pedestrian things. There's a reason why you're on the show. Champion the CDC cause. There's a reason why Kevin is on one-on-one with the CEO. Now he bringing good argument. People want to hear reasonable argument. You look at Jeremy Pierre, went to school here in America, served 12 years under Madame Salih. Well professional. And you call him back that ball? I mean, you can do that. Come on. That's not decent. That's not cool. It's distraction. Maybe listen, and maybe the brother Kev had nothing to say. That's the only thing he ended up because the first thing he said, you took contract from Jetty, and Jeremy Pierre schooled him. They sent Jetty for 6 years that fed people in your government and gave people gifts in your government and took care of the things in your government. And then he left from there and said that ministry there, you get plenty thing, and who was there before? And at 12 years, you were there, Jeremy Pierre school again. And say your UJ Nagbe. He was the minister at the information ministry, and you guys took over and you guys kept him there. I mean, sometimes you go with anger. So you cannot ask a pointed, well-trained question because you come and say, I want to attack. And you miss the point. You destroy CDC talking point. And I don't think that's what you should do. So as long as Kev come on one-on-one, right, we have to set the stage. You and Uncle Sam come here. You guys are three. Speaking for CDC, do a better job.
So
discuss the issue. Don't be personal. If any United Party people be personal too, I will let them know.
No.
We should hold accountable.
No.
But you call the man names. It's not going to help.
Stanton, can you give me a minute? Stanton, let's be real.
You said that you might say, yo.
Yeah, I you, yeah. So Stanton will come to me because.
Let me see if Colin Gray is in the bag. I think he not come back.
So let me do this. Stanton, yeah, before you come in, let me do this. I disagree with you, not 100%, 100 plus das. I disagree. Stanton, if there is anyone or any party that is so rude, arrogant, disrespectful, it's Unity Party.
And that's your mistake.
Let me end.
No. That's you're not getting my point, brother.
I got your point. I will come to your point.
Brother Asido, you see, you guys want to come to say we won't pay there. It's not helping your cause.
Okay.
Asido, you cannot come. Asido, hold on. You say Unity Party rude. Unity Party disobedient. Unity Party did it to us. Asido, you can say that, but I will say to you, you are not coming on Spoon Talk or one-on-one with the CEO to pay there and say they did it to us, so we should do it to them.
You understand?
No. You cannot. You are coming on the show to listen. We beat you up. during the election time.
Okay, the election finished now.
Can
I have
Can
one
you
minute?
come on the show?
Yeah.
And bring an argument that can win people over to CDC?
Okay.
So stop this pedestrian challenge argument calling people names.
1 minute. Thank you. So Stanton, this is it. Kev asked the Minister of No Information simple question.
There you go again with the understanding. You calling him no information.
No information.
How you want us to have the conversation if I said, no, you are well-learned man. You look at your limit here and say, no, I cannot. I gotta check you. You look at your limit here. Minister of No Information. I said, you are not helping you with your argument. You will get frustrated because you coming in with that mindset that we got to pay them. They said this about Jogia, we got to attack them. They said this about McGill, we got to attack them. They said this about the person, we got to attack them. And I think it's wrong. No, that is 1 minute. Let me go.
No, let me go. I was saying, listen.
No, but you're using the lie of your same people.
No,
so if that's something you're doing in CDC that you're going and cause people.
You don't have to go anywhere. You don't have to go anywhere. Look at your news feed, your commenting feed. Don't go nowhere.
Read from
here. Leave from here. Go to like freedom. Go and see.
Read it. Let me have that now. What you want me to look at?
I'm not reading things. I'm only telling you. Unity Party is rude. Look at Jeremy Pierre talking to Kev like Kev is his baby. If you try it, you will see who is Jeremy Pierre.
Again, I said though again. Couple of things I would say. Let me bring you in because they brother when I get it, they come in with the mindset that we must pay that. We must do put that. I can agree. They come with that mindset that these people that attack George, we are, so we should attack them. You lost the election.
You can
be disciplined with your arguments. Colin Gray, it's your time to talk, Colin Gray. Be disciplined with your argument. You want to win people over. You come on the show and say, no information. You're not winning nothing. You're not even helping your base.
That's the same childish approach that got him the election.
But
I remember because
you would say, you winning. Jeremy is rude.
Mr. Pierre was appointed.
Hold on. Let Colin Gray talk.
Mr. Pierre is appointed as Minister of Information. We don't have Minister of No Information, so that's childish. And I mean, it cringes my body when you say this man is well learned. Check this man. This man is a quack. But let me say this. In all fairness,
you see that?
There are more.
No. Let me meet you. Let me meet both of you. Don't call your brother a quack. We are here to settle this thing and make people understand.
I take that back. My apologies.
Thank you. Thank you for taking it back.
I take that back.
UP is so thin skin.
But my thing is that, listen, when we are not on the show, Nelson, we can say what we want to say in the chat room.
Yeah. No, I agree.
We can blast at each other.
Thank
you for agreeing. When we come on the show, Nelson, and we're speaking to 100,000 of people, right? We should take it. The opportunity given to that man they call. You saw it yesterday. You saw it web here. The man look that board is put a picture up. That board look clean. Yeah. You didn't see the picture?
It's not you. The man sprayed. Yeah.
Hey, I beg you.
Central, let me make this statement and leave, man.
Nelson, put a picture up. The man is not getting the 20,000 or 25,000 again.
No, the man lost too much NSCXO or something.
He worried about everything. And he looked at Jeremy Pierre and called him name. I look at this guy. I said, listen,
who is Jeremy Pierre? Who is he?
You asked a good question. Let me answer you.
Information.
You asked a good question. Let me tell you who he is.
Always rude on President
Wait. I beg you. You asked a good question. Who is Jerry Pierre? Don't interrupt. Jerry Pierre, as of today, is the Minister of Information, Culture, and Tourism.
That's all.
Hey, wait now. Wait. I'm feeling here. Please, I beg you. Let me help you.
No, last point, then I finish. The man never ever had a press conference where he deliberated on the issues of the government successes. Every time he goes to have a press conference, he will say all kinds of words against President Weah. And President Weah and President Weah's grandson, and he not even in the same basket. And that's the man said people should not call him Baghdad boy, and he will be threatening people around here like he saw.
Thank you, Asido. Thank you. People have heard you. I think, folks, again, in Liberia, we are all Liberian. I know most of you mad at me, but I always love to see the Kev Hassan, the Asido, and the Uncle Sam Jackson. I like to see CDC contributing on this network because you know why? It's helpful for our discussion. But we'll check them. There will be no way we'll do a one-party system show. Everybody must speak, and everybody will speak. But for us to sit down and allow this thing, agree to happen and come on a national show, look at it one-on-one with the CEO. Look how many people can listen. You have the information minister. You had a great opportunity to grill Jerry Pierre and hold his feet to the fire. You left all of that and you called him his name. You just, again, didn't score any political points because you know why? You got in your muya feelings and forget to know you speaking to the nation home and abroad. And I think that was wrong. That was completely wrong. I want to set up an opposition or imposition. I want to ask them the hard question. And I want that people to go with something. But you come and say, oh, you attacked my political leader, so therefore, this. No. Oh, you attacked the president, and because you say the president spent for the 8 days all of the country, no, I will talk about you. You are by that ball. That's childish. And we'll check them.
But Stender, let me say this. Back in the days,
like that, who didn't have
back in the day, to face somebody like Jeremy Pierre, you have to have the bandwidth. And I don't think either of these two people have that bandwidth. But let me say this: when you used to warn ANC that this is a clarion.
Hey, Remy, what can I make you answer?
This is a clarion. This is a clarion opportunity for you to make.
Remy is so bad. Remy say a piece is body. Why, Remy? Why? Remy, great. Why? Why are
you talking about?
Stanton saying I'm educated.
Put a picture up. Wait.
No.
Where will I call a great? Look, hey man. Listen. Can somebody call Kev Hassan? Is he okay? I say, can you call your brother?
Is he okay? Yeah, he sprayed mustache.
No. Liberians. Is he okay? Can somebody call Kev Hassan? Make sure that he's all right. Wow.
But you want to tell Kev to go there and see how it will look like. That's Kev right there. This left. Woo! Left can change, yo. Listen. Yeah. Color Gray. Yeah.
Then left is not balanced. Look at Kev.
My man, that's all right. Kev, move Kev from the screen.
The man sprayed his mustache, and his spray does not look good. I even told him he's going to take it off today, and Kev is going to be fresh again. I know Jeremy Pierre is a man.
See you. Kev Hassan is on the line. He's interrogating me, asking who put this picture.
No. Is he okay? Seriously?
Yeah, he's on the line. He said he wants to say something.
No, we don't. This is not Sunday. We'll call him back on Sunday. Ladies and gentlemen, I beg you, man. Don't use a sedition, but let's pray for Kev Hassan, man. This is hard.
This is hard. I want to make my own 2-minute statement.
Go ahead,
This is after the show.
Go ahead,
you
please.
know the people who voted President Barker into office. It was the disenchanted sedition. They were in majority.
Some of them I agree. And then they will come back.
They were and those people are still here. They're bitter more than ever before.
For job, they are not getting job. They will come back.
Let me say this.
I agree with you.
Do you know how many individuals did not?
I agree with you. I agree.
Did not benefit after being president. Yeah. You know how many individuals did not benefit after putting their friend and brother into office?
So they will benefit from
the likes of the Karika, President Weir's own friends, President Weir's brother, President Weir's sister. So when you come into power, you understand, if you want to talk about what a man who have spent about 7-8 months into power have done, you understand? You can make those comparisons like day and night. They're not the same. There are more disenchanted sedition today. If you go back to the ballot, look, President Barker won that election landslide. These people play with that election. They finger it too much. But still, you know what? The people mandate will always be the same. It will always be the same. They try to manipulate the Southeast. They did everything possible. But you know what? It was the people's resolve. So when they come here and say you don't have a mandate, I don't know what's the definition of a mandate.
We agree.
My brother, give me a chance to talk. If you can give me a chance, it doesn't show maturity.
Yes,
if you want to be a grown man to be in the same ballot, we don't talk together, we sing together.
You are right. This enchanted sedition.
Yeah, but give me a chance to talk. Then you can always come. Don't come and appeal to unity party partisans who have not benefited in a 7 months.
But let them talk now.
Yeah. Those
disenchanted thin skin. I won't get on his skin. You know that. Quick, the angry, the yelling. Okay.
Now you're giving me
all right, so Colonel Gray, I beg you. Let's hear from Kev. Kev, what you got to say? Put Kev picture up. Is he there? Oh, you left? I thought you said the man was there. All right. We want to say thank you, folks. We got to go. A beautiful show.
So let my man Isaac do appeal to those disenchanted sedition. Look, if I were in command, one person throws stone out of that compound when they're in hot pursuit, I would disband. I would disperse that entire compound and cordon it down, shut it down for some time indefinite. Because you know what? It becomes a hazard when people are trying to enforce the law and you have people who throw in rock. Look, the only language people like the CDC understand is reciprocal action. They stone you, that's the end of it. I would have raided that entire place and shut it down and close it, and in time indefinite, nobody goes there.
Really, what are you talking? What are you talking? So, listen, I just saw the United Party guys.
Look at the people that are enforcing the rule.
Shoot on side.
They're too diplomatic. Me, I'm not a diplomat. I'm a soldier.
Shoot on side. Wait, shoot on side.
I'll move on that campus. There'll be no CDC headquarters. I will shut it down time indefinite because that's the language. They go there, they want
it. Somebody asking you if you want to join UBF.
I will care for size.
Somebody asking me want to join UBF.
If I want to join UBF, wait, let me answer that. If I want to, what do they call UBF?
I don't really know, but my belief here is that one of their society things around here. So
UBF, United Brother Funder, that's it. United Brother Funder.
Remy, in your society thing, some of our here have never been there before, will not go there. Remy, you can go do your thing on the south there. All good. Yeah?
I mean, look, I went to the Power Bush, I went to any society.
So you are a cottage.
I'm both.
Yeah, for some of us, never. We okay the way we live. Never.
I agree. I agree. The way you talk
my thing is that I want to say thanks to all of you that joined us.
Kev, you can respond on Sunday. How will you go? How will you go to the barber shop to make your beard gray? Then you come and say make it ugly. You go for them to make it black. What kind of sedition is that? I mean, who would do that thing? I mean, CDC, we're doing something to these guys. You go to the barber shop, you make your beard gray. You come and say you're going by again to make it black. Man. But anyway, you got 6 years to do this thing. And after 6 years, there will be another 6 years again because CDC will not come back to power. That we can guarantee. When God gave us life and God gave us grace, we'll make sure that CDC will not come back to power.
That's true.
Because things will be done differently. I mean,
that's true.
Other than the prayer should be, I should never get in any security garment. There will be no unruly CDC or unruly
Remy Gray,
in Liberia. Trust me.
Remy, if you put
you shut everybody down.
If you put your weight versus an ant, the ant weight will be more than your weight when it comes to you and CDC. CDC don't look at you.
I agree.
Anything.
I agree. I agree.
This is the most organized.
We got to go. The next thing I got to do is show. Great, thank you. I hope you can come early tomorrow. I know you can come early tomorrow. Thank you.
We'll come closer to security and see whether that nonsense will continue.
Thank you, Great. I said thank you very much. Again, I said will be coming in late. Like I said, he got a new job. You'll watch it time tomorrow, Steve. You will join by 6:30.
I have no job. I'm not working.
Yeah. Thank you, Asido. We want to say, Nelson, as always, thank you very much. It's good having you. Today is Monday, a beautiful Monday. It's 8:44. Nelson, who's on your show tonight?
No, we don't have a guest tonight.
But you okay?
Yeah.
You ate today, Nelson? You and the family okay?
Yeah.
Did you take call yesterday and for the something?
Oh yeah. I took some calls.
You got the list?
Yeah.
I didn't get to the Omar, the CEO. I want to say thanks to everybody that joined us today. And Nelson, he got in his car and he told his fiancée that he was going to the station. But the station is in Congo Town, right? And Nelson was from all the way in Douala, where he had an accident. So thank God that he's well. He had accident way in Douala. He living in 11th Street or 12th Street. How will you pass from 11th Street, you go with the Douala, then you see you going to the station? That one that only God can help us. But Nelson is well. I mean, you never got hurt, right?
No.
Okay. No, so he just confirmed that he had accident all the way to Douala. Okay.
Make it to all. I agree.
See you later.
Okay. Well, again, folks, we want to say thanks to everyone for being here again tonight with us on another edition of the program, Spoon Talk. As always, this is where you get the news. This is where you get to interact with the newsmakers, and this is where you get authentic information about the happenings across Liberia. And we say thanks to everyone for being here tonight with us on this edition of the program. Thanks to our partner radio stations across the country for always relaying the program. As you know, we are always being relayed on Trust FM in Bomi County, Premier FM in Bon County, Radio Yalaman in Seklipie, Nimba County, and we are live as well on Trend Radio in Grand Cru and a host of other radio stations across the country, including Gibi FM in Kakata, Gibi County. Let me say thanks to our many followers online. Thanks to you for always making up time to be here. On Facebook, Spoon TV. We also on Fabric TV and Super TV. That's for Facebook. YouTube, Spoon Talk Live. We appreciate everyone for joining us from there as well. let me quickly, just before I go, do some special birthday greetings here. Firstly, to our own guy, Sheikh Sharif of the Late Night Show. He celebrates his birthday today. Happy birthday to you, Sheikh Sharif. We wish you all the very best as you celebrate your natal day today. Happy birthday to you, Sheikh Sharif. We wish you all the best and celebrate well. And yes, so that's for you, Sheikh Sharif. And you are also the director for IT there at the Ministry of Post and Telecommunications. Happy birthday to you, Sheikh. All the best. Emmanuel Winnie celebrates his birthday today. My own friend and brother, a very good a fashion designer, as you can see him there. Yes, when you think it, he produces it. That's Emmanuel Winnie. He celebrates his birthday today. Happy birthday to you. We wish you all the very best as you celebrate your natal day today. So happy birthday to you, Emmanuel Winnie, as you celebrate your birthday today. My own dear brother, Charles Lamadan, communications officer there at LEC. Today is your birthday. You celebrated yesterday, sorry. Happy belated birthday to you. All the very best as you clock a year, as you get a year older, as you see another birthday. Happy belated birthday to you, Charles Lamadan of LEC. All the very best on your natal day. To a very ardent follower of the Spoon Show, the only female general, she likes to be called the female general. Today is your wedding anniversary. You're celebrating your wedding anniversary. Happy anniversary to you. 22 years today, an anniversary you're celebrating with your husband. Congratulations to you both. Happy anniversary. And we wish you all the very best as you celebrate your anniversary today. All right. And yes, folks, that's how I would like to end up for today. Thanks to everyone for being here with us on Spoon Talk. Spoon Talk will be back on the radio tomorrow. You can make up time to join us. Until then, have a good night. Liberia is all we have, so let's remember to keep the peace. All right. And I want to say thanks to everyone for being here tonight. Just before I go, sorry, let me do this final one, a birthday greeting as well to a very ardent follower of the Spoon Show, Miss Sandra Gower. Today is, sorry, you celebrated your birthday 2 days ago. Yes. Happy belated birthday to you. All the best, Miss Sandra Gower, as you celebrate another natal day. Happy belated birthday to you, Miss Sandra Gower. And again, thanks to everyone for being here. You can join us shortly for the late night show on Spoon. Bye-bye for now. Have a good night.
A special one from the CEO, Stanton with the Spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat. To the Spoon to get your